Hello, everybody. How we doing tonight? Let me know how you're doing, where you're from, scale 1 to 100. How are you resonating right now? What's going on with you? I would love to know. I'd love to know how you're feeling, how you're doing through all this crazy, and maybe we can make it a little less crazy for you tonight. How about that? That's my goal. I would love to make this world a bit. I'd love to make this world a bit less complicated for you, if I may. So we are going to jump into some things right away tonight because there's a lot to talk about, and. Let's see, just checking in with Kellyanne. We're going to have Kellyanne on here early and then go to Todd and Cindy. So it's going to be, just a short intro tonight. Just want to check in with you all, see how you're doing. Good. Hey, all right, let me open up the chat here a little bit bigger so I can see you. Awesome, awesome sauce. Good to see everybody. We are, just so you know, we are. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. Um, Let me just show you. So I'm a little off here on the feed because this is going to my restream. But as you can see, we're at 271 on David Snedeker Facebook, 293 on the IndoctriNATION Facebook, 348 on the other David Snedeker Facebook, and 101 on Twitch. I'm glad that you guys are taking to Twitch, and almost 90 on YouTube. Awesome. Not the YouTube that we normally broadcast on because I'm still suspended from that YouTube through this week. So I'm so glad that many of you jumped to the Dave Sned YouTube channel. And Sydney, if you get Cindy, I've been thinking so much about Sydney Powell. Cindy, if you would, could you please post that link to that YouTube, the new YouTube, please? And Twitchers, thanks for opening up your hearts and your space for all the newcomers coming over there. Sandoof, good to see you. We got some stuff to talk about, folks. Some people think maybe today was a nothing burger. Hey, Nuza, how you doing? And we'll see about that, okay? We'll see about that. Howdy from Wyoming. Hey, Mark. Hi, Christine. Soros arrested. Sue, you know, I'll believe it when I see it, but we'll see. I mean, should he be arrested? Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, double check your sound. Go out and come back in, and because you know Facebook is messing with us. Not a new haircut. This is I'm just wearing a beanie. Been a little busy today, a little chilly here. I got the heater on though, but. Awesome. Hey, let's, Trump has not given up, Fonda. There is no such thing as Trump giving up. What new YouTube? It's Dave Sned. Dave Sned. And I think you can find it through David Snedeker, but DAVESNED, like my email at Gmail. Excuse me. So, okay, so let's get into it a little bit here. First off, we're going to, I just want to check in with you all. Some of you are blocked on Facebook, I saw, and then it just disappeared. No live on David's profile. What's up with that? Let me see. Oh, yeah, okay. And let me see. You can see Eric put some Sned live on the Eric Swanson Films. And it's also, are we live through the website too, Eric? But that goes to the YouTube, so that doesn't work. Yeah, we're all good, folks. All right, welcome. Let's get into it. Let's check our coat. If you're new here, please let us know. We'd love to say hello. But we always start by imagining this big shell winter coat. And before we come into a beautiful theater, which is where we are right now, Snedeker Theater, we take our coat to the coat check. We check the coat, we get a claim ticket, and we come on in. You don't want this big cumbersome coat, but we imagine that coat as our preconceived notion, our unconscious bias, our ego, all the shell that, you know, like a big coat that protects us from the elements. We wear that shell to protect us from being out in the world, but you're in a safe place. No one's going to attack you tonight, you know, unless you attack first, and then we defend ourselves. That's what that's called, basically. But we're going to ignore the trolls tonight. Focus on what we do best, and that is focusing on the solution, focusing on what's really going on in the world. Okay? So, coats check, come on in, welcome. Let's all take a deep breath. I know I need one. Cheers, everybody. I hope you have a nice beverage next to you. Grab your favorite person, your favorite you, your favorite pet, your favorite drink, your favorite snack, and come on in. We are ready. We are ready to roll. All right, so I just want to say this tonight. Not everything is as it seems. And if we can, we go through our lives and something is done to us and we react to that thing that was done to us. And we are trained, we are programmed to react to things. And I'm still working on this myself, by the way. I'm not preaching to you and not listening to it myself. That when somebody pushes a button or I react very negatively, very harshly, what they're doing is they're pushing a button in me, but it's speaking to my wounded self that has not yet been repaired. And when my wounded self is attacked, I react. And in some situations, we may overreact. Okay. And somebody's like, where's this coming from? Right. Or we're not sure. Okay. But what we're looking at here is that you are reacting to something that's programming you. And so if we think about that, we're actually acting as a robot, right? Somebody, flips us off on the highway. We immediately react. We were just programmed by an external source. Somebody flips us off on the freeway and we're like, what's up with that idiot, right? Or what's up with that dude? Hey, how you doing? We wave back and we totally dissolve the situation, right? We completely dissolve the situation because we did not react in the way that we were programmed to. And so if you go through your life and you're just reacting as we are expected to, this is one of the problems with Hollywood. This is one of the problems with television, is that in a half an hour program, there has to be a problem, there has to be a reaction, and there has to be a solution. You're basically being trained in the Hegelian dialectic every single time you watch a program on television. George Carlin said, why do you think they call it programming? Because we are being programmed to react. So we see other people react in certain ways, and the next thing you know, we think we are supposed to react in that way because we're seeing other humans reacting in that way. And so when you look at this in a way differently, and you say to yourself, well, I'm not going to allow somebody to program me today, then you are stepping into an observational mode. And as somebody does something or says something against you, you can observe it and not take it on and almost take it to a third party and look at that third party and imagine them saying that to somebody else. And you think, what's going on here? And then you are consciously making a decision as to how you want to react to that situation. And sometimes you can just play with it. React differently than what you would normally react, just to see how that feels, right? And I say this not just so that we all can be better, because I had a situation last night where I wasn't happy with the way I reacted, okay? So was I programmed? Was something being triggered in me from my wounded self? Yes. And did I react negatively by raising my voice? Yes. I allowed somebody out external from me to program me. I allowed somebody to press a button just like you would a computer, just like you would program a computer, and I reacted. So, and not in my best self. So the reason I bring this up is because not just for every day that we can, we could use to hear this, but also as we observe what's happening in the world. And if we react every day based on what we're seeing happening in the world, we're going to be a mess. We're going to be a bloody, stinking, pathetic mess. because we're allowing external events, external people control us, program us. And that's what the intention is with the indoctrination, is to get you in fear, get you in an emotional state, get you in fight, flight, or freeze state, and then control you because you are in the emotion, you are in the raw emotion, you are in the reaction to the problem they created. And then they provide the solution for you, the solution they want you into. It's literally sticking a rat in a maze and putting cheese on one end. And the rat smells its way through the maze and makes it to the cheese. That rat did not do what it wanted to. It did not do what it would naturally do. It did what it was guided towards. And that's how they're doing it. That's how they are controlling us. That is the indoctrination. And the more we can wrap our head around that, the more we can get a handle on their pathetic attempts at putting us into fear, at putting us into fight, flight, or freeze. And we sit, we smile, we breathe, we connect with one another in a passionate yet respectful yet intellectual manner, and we stay away from those that put us in a negative state. This is all shifting, folks. This is all shifting. And when we shift it, Gary, something like that, it's a little big for the chat. Please drop it in my messenger, or send it to me on my email, because I won't be able to read that. And it's going to distract others too, please. But I appreciate that, and please send it to me. So we will, tonight, together, connect, and listen and learn and figure out how we can better navigate the situation. I promise you, it's going to be good. It's all good, folks. We're headed in the right direction. I still absolutely believe that. I know that we are headed in the right direction, and we're going to talk a little bit with. Hold on. Let me plug in here. We're going to talk a little bit with Kellyanne right now. And Kellyanne, if you could please call in at your leisure here. And I look forward to connecting with you. Here we go. So guys, we are in a very unique space here. And I'm happy to be here with you. And I'm hoping that we're going to get a good sound tonight. I was working on it a little bit earlier with Eric. And I hope you guys had a great weekend. I missed you. Had a lot going on, a lot to do, and but glad to be back with you tonight. And I think this is going to be a very big week. And there is Kellyanne. Here we go. Let me see. All right. Why is that not coming through to that? Let me try here. Oh, that's what I was going to do. That's right. I was going to do it here. Okay. Let's see. Kellyanne, I will call you right back right here. Let me see if I can if that's going to work here. I'm calling you right now. All right, folks. Looking forward to this. Let me see. Hold on. Kellyanne? Hello, welcome. You are extremely low. Let me see. I was just with Eric on this. Are you?
Yeah, I know the messenger usually runs really low.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see if I can do another solution. Folks, how are you hearing Kellyanne? Because I find her to be very, very low. Let me see. Can't hear Kelly. Okay. All right. Can't hear her. All right. Will you? Let me try you right back. Okay. I'll try this one more time on this one, and then we'll. I'm
Okay.
going to try to get WhatsApp. Thank you. All right. See you.
Uh-huh.
Bye. All right. We'll try that again, folks. Let's see if we can make that happen a little bit easier.
Hello?
Hi. Still very low.
Okay.
Let me try it one more time. Okay. Hang up, and I'll call you right back. Normally we have her pretty well through Messenger.
Hello?
Okay, I think that's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound great. How are you?
I am doing good. Just been really tired lately.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I was absolutely exhausted yesterday towards the end of the day. I don't know if it was just a long weekend or there was something going on with the Schumann. Are you extremely tired, would you say, because of the events and because of your. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on. I think that has to do with everybody. Everybody's feeling very tired and drained.
Yep.
And I think we're also feeling the anxiety. Like I
Yeah.
think I had 300 people contact me about the Sidney Powell thing,
Right.
freaking out.
Right.
And
Right.
no, she was not fired. She is independent counsel, and
Mm-hmm.
as I actually sent you that story, she's actually registered as a military lawyer.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. So first off, let's talk about the Sidney Powell, the reaction based on my opening. Would you say how do you feel about that? What I said about at the opening? Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're on target completely.
Good. Yeah, I think.
I mean, things
Good.
are happening the way they need to happen.
Right. 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 We
They
are.
have to do that definition and separation of her and Trump because,
Yes.
first of all, Flynn's case is not resolved still. And it would be a conflict of interest if he ends up being forced to pardon him or something, or if he
Right.
tries to hire him
Right.
again once this is resolved.
Yeah.
But because she is a military lawyer, she can have the military tribunal
Yeah. Yeah.
and
This is huge.
prosecute people for treason. And yeah, I sent you the link to that,
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
actual story. And it's just, I mean, so many people haven't seen that yet. I just posted it not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
But of course, look, she's a tough cookie.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's cracking this chick.
No. No. No.
And she's doing everything as an independent. She is just assisting them. Even Rudy Giuliani gave a follow up and was like, I think we misworded, we didn't word that correctly. It almost sounded like they bashed her, but they didn't mean it to come off like that.
Interesting. It was interesting wording, wasn't it?
Yes.
Because it was absolutely. Hey, hey, love. Excuse me one sec. I need your fingerprint there, please, on Messenger. Sorry. The thing about that was is that I think that might have been intentional. Okay. I think they wanted to show the deep state that there was division uh, in them. Okay, I got it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Love you. And so that's the oldest trick in the book, right? Like
Yes.
you let the other team think that you're divided, and you catch them off guard.
I mean, my neighbor came over earlier this morning and woke me up and was freaking out about the Sidney Powell thing. And I said, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what's going on, but
Mm-hmm.
I know that she is an independent lawyer. I already knew that because she herself never formally said she was part of the Trump legal team.
Mm-hmm.
And then
No,
I actually
exactly.
just sent her that story that I found about her being the military lawyer, and she was
Yep.
like, "Oh, thank God." She's like,
Yeah.
she said her entire family was freaking out over that because even to them, it sounded like. I mean, apparently CNN is saying, and MSNBC, they're all saying she's been fired. She
Yeah.
obviously is a
Yeah.
liar and wasn't telling the truth, and even Trump got rid of her. So that's their spin on it.
Now, I don't know if I said anything, but I was not. I was not happy with her sidling up with Giuliani.
Yeah.
I because it looked biased. Because we already knew Giuliani, excuse me, was Trump's lawyer, and we don't need a Trump lawyer for this case. We need somebody that has an interest in Constitution and the Republic.
Yes.
We don't need Donald Trump's lawyer. That's one sided, and it's
Yes.
defensive. It's defensive. We
Right.
need any lawyer that looks at this and says, "Wait a minute, this is completely wrong.
And
This
that's
is
our girl.
yeah, completely illegal and treasonous, without
And
question."
I did when I posted that story, I called her our Hellcat, which is my mother's nickname for my daughters when they were very, very little and they were acting up. She'd call them a little Hellcat.
Yes,
And
yes.
Sidney Powell has repeatedly worn the animal print, predominantly
You're
cheetah,
right. You're right. Yeah.
cheetahs and all kinds of stuff, and tiger prints and cheetahs and
Yeah.
everything. So
Yeah.
she's our little Hellcat. She's doing it.
Speaking of that, can we talk about your personal good news today, or is that something you want to keep on the
Oh
DL?
no, absolutely.
Well,
Um,
would you please share with our lovely audience your news today?
my oldest daughter, the one that was I was in a custody battle with for many years, her father and stepmother trafficked her to his best friend.
Hmm.
And after 18 years, she finally, at the age of 28, got a detective that listened to her, and she got a bunch of they helped her get a bunch of recordings of him, got him to admit everything, used it against him at his trial last October. He got 90 years to life.
Hmm.
And this is after 18 years after he did this. She was 10 years old.
Amazing.
And she actually got a lawyer and sued him. And today she won a judgment of a minimum of $500,000 against him,
Amazing.
which he's in prison. So they're going to be able to go after. He owned a home, a few cars, and he also had retirement money that he's not going to need because he's in prison and going to get his 3 square meals a day there.
Amazing. Amazing.
So she was pretty happy about that.
Wow. Wow.
Even if she doesn't get anything, she's still got that judgment on him
Yeah.
on top. So even if he does get out, he cannot refute that. Even if somehow they let him out because of coronavirus or something,
Right. Right. Right.
they can't take this away.
Kellyanne, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
she's
Congratulations to
very
her.
she's an inspirational girl. She even signed documents allowing them to use her audio tapes of the recordings she was able to get with him to teach other victims
Wow.
to how to coax a confession out of them.
Wow. Um, if she's open to, is she listening tonight?
She might be. She might be. She comes on and listens very often, Jordy.
Jordy, if you're watching, congratulations and God bless you and give you strength. And you are an inspiration to so many out there who have experienced injustice. And just your courage is just amazing. And I'm just so glad that your courage has paid off, not just financially, but from a security standpoint of making your life a little easier when it was made a living hell, and also for your peace of mind and your when we live in a world where justice is served, it is a lift to our spirit. And when we live
Yeah.
in an unjust world, our spirit is squashed, and the human spirit is amazing, but it can be squashed, and that's how they keep us down. So
Yeah.
Jordy,
I mean, we
amazing.
know it's very likely she won't get anything out of him, but the fact is, it's a great example for other victims,
Yeah,
because of the no statute of limitations in Ohio. 18 years later, she finally, after many, many, many years of being ignored, because her father and this man, they're free. These are Freemasons, which
yeah,
is why nothing would happen to him before.
yeah.
And a lot of the people that were in our county in power
Mm,
are no longer there. And,
wow.
you know, this is at least for other victims to show, hey,
Yeah,
even if it takes you 5, 10, 15, 18 years
yeah,
to come forward, you can still get them. You can still get justice. Even if you don't get anything out of it monetarily,
yeah.
you can get that judgment against them. And, even if they get out, they're
Beautiful.
they're not going to have anything. They're not going to be able to rebuild their
Yeah,
lives,
yeah,
you know, and
yeah.
they shouldn't be.
Well, Jordy, beautiful, well done, and I just hope that there's not like a lot of appeals and it gets dragged out and things like that. I mean, that's the way of the world. That's the way of the legal, and it's kind of like the indoctrination, right? You're awake to the indoctrination. You're awake to the enslavement of humanity, and
Yeah.
instead of going on with your life, you get wrapped up in that enslavement because you want to free others. You want to learn more about how you were enslaved, how we were lied to, and who lied to us. And so we get caught up in it, and it's almost like I feel like I've been a part of a 14-year trial, that still has not seen justice. And because the people are still running free, the people are still, doing bad things to people, and so it's this drawn out thing. But when you see the kind of reaction, when you see the kind of justice being served, like you guys did today, wow, how awesome is that? And what a justification for the actions that you took and the courage that you know, displayed. So well done. I'd love to have her on if she'd like one day, and we could talk a little bit about it, and maybe you know help some other people like she's already doing. So put that
Yeah,
out there. But
I'm sure she'd be open to that for sure.
awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations, Jordy. I'm so glad to hear that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and congratulations to you, Mama. Well done. So, so from a standpoint of legal, and Sidney Powell being this she's registered as a military lawyer and is the only one who can prosecute treason at a tribunal. Okay, this is fantastic. The she said the New World Order has overthrown the Republican Party and that the Republican Party sold its soul to the New World Order in return for large cash payments in the form of enormous bribes. She warned the GOP risks being neutered like a bitch by the Great Reset in 2021 if President Trump's second term is stolen from him by children of darkness. Wow.
I love her. I
She's
love her.
amazing, and she's fearless. She's fearless.
She's a beast.
Yeah. And by the way, that's why they're trying so hard, folks. This is the Marshall Report. I don't know the Marshall Report. Do you know this source?
I've seen it before, but a couple of the big anons actually, tweeted this story out.
Yeah. Well,
A couple of Vincent Kennedy's
yeah.
friends tweeted this out.
Well, Hal Turner is he's been at this a long time, and I'm bringing him up now. And and Secretary of State in Georgia took money from China to steal the election from Trump.
Oh yeah, it turns out the HSBC bank that was connected to Comey was given all the patents to the voting machines as collateral for loans.
Yeah.
In 2019, so China had all the backdoor access, which means very likely a lot of these interference that happened also came because those servers were connected all around the world, not just Germany.
Yeah. Yeah. This is Powell and Trump have both said that Georgia is going to be, our battleground. We're going to Georgia first.
And Clarence Thomas has that district.
Yeah. Yeah. How much of your time over the past 24 hours has been spent with people that are freaking out and panicking?
Probably the majority of it.
Okay. Snedheads, let me say this. We are warriors in this battle against evil. We are warriors, and we need to act like warriors. And we can't be acting like scared little bitches.
Don't back down. That's what they want. That lowers the vibrational frequencies.
Yes.
That's what
and
they want, is that they feed off of.
Absolutely. They feed off of fear. Think about it. They literally feed on adrenochrome, which is created from the fear and the terror of children. Monsters, Inc. Okay? That is an analogy to what they are actually doing. Your fear not only fuels them, but it distracts us. Do you see that? Okay? Now, it's time to really step up and be solid, be fearless, just be, and do not let them pull you in all these different directions. We need warriors. We don't need an excuse to reach out and stick our thumb in our mouth and crawl underneath a desk and start crying. Okay? You think you got it tough? Look at the people that are actually going through this. Look at the children that have experienced this terror. Look at the Trump family that's going through this mudslinging and arrows flying at them. Look at the Q movement that's been completely discredited, and they work tirelessly to try to communicate to us exactly what's going on. Look at the people, look at the military that are literally saving children and putting away human traffickers. Okay? Now is not a time to feel sorry for ourselves. Now is a time that we step up and and really exemplify the strength that we have within us. We are incredibly powerful. Do you understand that? That is why they need us in fear. They need us misinformed. They need us fighting amongst ourselves
Yes.
because,
Division.
because we're so powerful. We're so powerful. And if we really embraced our power, we would not fear. We got this, folks. I'm telling you, we got this. This is not a rah-rah speech, okay? I don't give a rah-rah speech to a group of kids that are going to get destroyed in the second half. Okay? I give a realistic rah-rah speech. And the realistic rah-rah speech is we're winning. And we don't need to fear. We don't need to change from our game plan. We're winning. Look at the absolute corruption that's out there. You don't think Donald Trump either goes back to Fifth Avenue, okay, and Mar-a-Lago and fails, okay, or the guy who said never, never, never give up knows that there's corruption, has proof that there's corruption, and you think he's going to tuck his tail between his legs and walk off? And you think just because there's this separation between Sidney Powell, which should have happened to begin with. If anybody remembers me saying anything about that, I honestly can't remember if I did. But I just remember feeling like, why is she standing next to Giuliani? We don't need her next to Giuliani. We need a somebody who doesn't have a horse in this race coming in to prosecute this situation, coming in to find the corruption. Okay? We need an impartial referee. Go ahead.
I think her connection to the military and considering who has been tracking this and has control of the computers that got this, I think that she's taken the lead on that.
Yeah.
I don't know what her security clearance is, but we know she's in deep with Flynn, who was the head of the DNI. So I'm sure in confidence, at the very least, he's told her about that.
Yeah.
And considering how Trump is, he's probably given her security clearance, and she's taken the lead on it because Giuliani's handling it one way with the paper ballots, with filing the lawsuits and videos of the corruption, but she's handling the whole other angle of the software hacking and all of that. So they're almost handling two complete separate parts of this case. You know, he's handling all the physical stuff in the video of the cheating and them giving them Sharpies and all of that stuff. And she's handling all the cyber stuff.
Yeah.
So it's two separate things, and then she's got the military connections, and Giuliani's not military.
Yep. Exactly.
And then speaking of good news, I sent you an awesome video. I don't know if you've seen it yet, of Melania Trump posted today.
I have not. I want to see.
Oh,
that.
you're gonna love it.
Awesome.
It's got the horses on it. You'll see.
Is this the not Linwood? This is how far up do I have to go? Right above.
It's right next to it. Yeah, it's right above Sidney Powell.
Above. Okay. All the horses. Okay, I see it.
You're gonna love this one.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me set this up.
All about comms.
Awesome. Yeah, think comms, folks. I mean, this is Melania. This is the woman who wore the blockchain dress. Okay, this is
and the frog green dress with the red belt to look like Pepe.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, the green dress. This is the one that read this story at Easter. She's involved here, folks. Okay. Because guess what? Her husband is deeply involved. Her son, I believe, is deeply involved. Her stepson, her stepdaughter. I mean, this is her whole family. Okay, and possibly her sister. She's smart. She's bright. And President Trump, think about this for a second. President Trump surrounds himself with people that he can trust and that are very smart.
Yes.
And she falls into both of those categories. Okay. So,
She speaks like 7 languages.
yeah, she's amazing. She's amazing. I lost count at 5. And yeah. And I barely speak one. So I'm very impressed with her. Okay. So, uh, hold on one sec. I gotta, mute you for a sec and take care of this. And I'm gonna watch it right now. All right. Hold on.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. She's got, where do I begin? She's got the black and white checkered cape that she's
Yeah.
wearing,
Yeah. Yeah.
and, and they are dragging the holy hell out of an evergreen
Evergreen,
and then hanging it
HRC, and hanging
and hang.
Evergreen. Oh my
Boom.
God, folks, let me ask you something. And all
I
you,
applauded.
oh my God, that was brilliant. Of all of the times that you've seen any connection between the White House and the White House Christmas tree, have you ever seen them dragging it through the halls of the White House, hooded, by the way, okay, and then strung up? Never. I've never seen that. I've never seen them string up the tree. That's amazing.
Yeah, other people caught the black and white cape, but I'm like, oh my
Yeah,
God, it's the evergreen, and they're
yeah,
dragging it
yeah,
all the way through, and then
yeah,
hanging it
yeah.
by the top, by the neck.
And look at this beautiful picture. And we have again black and white with President Trump and Melania. What a just an absolute gorgeous picture with the chandeliers, um, and the green and the red. By the way, obviously Christmas, but also the colors of Pepe, folks.
Pepe.
Look at all the red on the bottom. That's unique, right? Pepe's
It's
tongue.
always a reason between almost everything they're doing now.
Yeah.
There's hidden messages behind it.
They're having fun with this, folks, because they know. I mean, this is the guy who, the day that Biden was going to announce that he was accepting the president elect, Trump was golfing and taking a picture with a bride. Okay. He didn't, he looked like he didn't have a care in the world. He literally made the girls' wedding a priority for
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Oh, and by the way, I
Yeah.
went to the Lego site. If you order a custom game or a custom set, it
Yeah.
takes months to get it. So that Lego game that happened to have the exact same building behind it in the on the box,
Wow. Great
that
homework.
this is well planned out, well ahead of time. You are
Wow. Wow.
watching
The
it.
Lego came before the event.
Yes, long before. This was mapped out.
Wow.
This is planned out.
And then, of course, the D5, the location, the position on the board, on the chessboard.
Right. And that's the last position before checkmate.
Yeah. Wow.
And that was what, just over 2 weeks ago, that press conference.
Yeah,
Somebody ordered that a long, long time ago.
exactly. Just to shout out to the Snedheads, by the way, we're over 2,000 people here without our main YouTube channel, which is normally like 1,000. So great job finding your way through Facebook, through the new YouTube channel's got 240 people on it. Twitch, there's 172 in Twitch, and the rest scattered over Facebook. So well done, folks.
Yes.
Not letting YouTube's censorship of our broadcast, our truthcast, win. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. We're going to find a way, one way or another, to meet, to communicate what's really going on in this world. And they're not going to stop us. They're not going to stop us, period. So, Kellyanne, that's some good stuff right there. I'm so glad that you are on the show right now and that you're sharing some of this amazing stuff. Um, let's. What do you say we talk about the black and white?
Yeah, I did send you that. One
Awesome.
of my theories that popped up on that.
Yeah. So let me go to. Oh well, first off, breaking news. The Dianne Feinstein.
Oh yeah, she's dropping out of the judicial panel,
Yeah.
as she should.
Yes.
She shouldn't have any security clearance. None of them should.
No. No.
The
Now,
Intelligence Committee, none of them.
yeah. Now the question is, the way that Politico wrote about it, that she is being that she was being pressured by the Democrat progressives to step down, and when in actuality, nothing is as it seems. I think that first off, that she has to separate herself from that because of the overwhelming evidence of her relationship and her husband's relationship with Dominion, Smart Tech, and for crying out loud, how about her relationship with China and her 20-year uh, driver, chauffeur, who is a spy for the Chinese Communist Party. I mean,
You heard what she did with that too. When after he was arrested, she went and demanded that they give him back to her.
yeah, yeah, you can't make this up.
Yeah,
It literally, it's stranger. Truth is stranger than fiction, folks. It's never been so
very
so
true.
evident
You
as it is.
you can't write this.
Yeah,
You can't write this
yeah.
stuff. There's a lot of people saying that they never heard anything about the Legos. I think they missed that little part.
By the way, Legos, guys, if you don't know, Legos is very rich in programming. The Lego movies, very much a controlled controlled narrative. One of the five families, six companies that control 94% of our media owns Lego. I'm forgetting the connection right now, but Lego, I think, tied in with Nickelodeon. You guys know. Let me know, would you? Just remind me.
Yeah, and that was like Disney or one of those that even did those Lego movies, and then they did the video games and all of that stuff.
Right,
And
right.
there's a lot of hidden symbolism in those video
Yes,
games too.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, so just wanted to pop up the Feinstein story. It's the the progressives, the young progressives, think they're going to get away with this too. Like they're thinking, hey, let's throw the old Democrats to the dogs, okay, and and not, we'll be fine. No, you won't. What you are experiencing right now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are experiencing the death of the Democrat Party.
The snakes are eating each other, literally. The stuff
Yeah.
between Pelosi and AOC, and then
Yeah.
that lady that was they recorded saying, "Don't you bring up socialism again?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
cost us the elections."
Yeah. Yeah.
Those snakes are eating each other right
Yep.
now.
Yep. And it's apparent. So don't forget that, folks, when we're watching, them saying Sidney Powell is not a part of the team, as if, they don't want her a part of the team, or they wouldn't be very, very fortunate. By the way, the first thing I did when I found out that story, folks, is I went to SydneyPowell.com and I donated to her legal campaign. So not much. I just put in $25, but I recommend that we support that as best we
Yeah,
can.
I posted her letter yesterday. As soon as that came out, I got that, and I posted that on my page and tagged everybody in it because, she actually wrote that, and that actually has her different her accounts to donate to her too.
Awesome, awesome.
That letter that explains,
Yeah, yeah,
she's helping them, but she's a separate entity.
yeah. Exactly. It's huge. It's great. So and she agreed with the campaign's statement. You shared that with me.
Yes.
It's I am not part of the campaign's legal team. I never signed a retainer agreement or sent the president or the campaign a bill for my expenses or fees. My intent has all. Go ahead.
She also never told any of the media that she was part of the team. They
Exactly.
put that underneath her picture
Yeah.
during the interviews.
Yeah.
She never told them that.
Yeah. Folks, do you think that this was an accident? Do you think that Sidney Powell, with the time that she's already spent, wouldn't have sent President Trump a bill? Folks, try to get a lawyer to talk to you, a lawyer of her level. Try to get them to talk to you or engage them without a $30,000 retainer. It won't happen. It just won't happen. Okay? Lawyers are the only ones who get paid before you see them, before they engage in work. All right?
And you'll notice that that's black and white.
This letter, nice touch.
It's all black and white.
My intent has always been to expose all the fraud I could find and let the chips fall where they may, whether it be upon Republicans or Democrats. See, she's an impartial person here. The evidence I'm compiling is overwhelming that this software tool was used to shift millions of votes from President Trump and other Republican candidates to Biden and other Democrat candidates. We are proceeding to prepare our lawsuit and plan to file it this week. It will be epic. We will not allow this great republic to be stolen by communists from without and within, or our votes altered or manipulated by foreign actors in Hong Kong, Iran, Venezuela, or Serbia, for example, who have neither regard for human life nor the people who are the engine of this exceptional country. We, the people, elected Donald Trump and other Republican candidates to restore the vision of America as a place of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You may assist this effort by making a non-taxable contribution to defendingtherepublic.org. Kraken on steroids. Sidney Powell. Beautiful. By the way, folks, this is something that I said the other night. I can't remember exactly when. I think I did it in my Facebook post as well. That the shifting of the votes, okay, of the software, is something that I believe that Seth Rich uncovered. because he saw that money that was coming in for Bernie Sanders into the DNC was shifted to Hillary Clinton, and that there was a software involved in that that would do that automatically. Like, for example, every $10 that came in for Bernie, like $8 went to Hillary, kind of thing. And I believe that he uncovered a much bigger story. Certainly he did, with the emails and the collusion to take the nomination away from Bernie Sanders and give it to Hillary Clinton, okay? But he also, I believe, uncovered the core of this software that could also expand into the votes. And I believe that's why they had to take him out, jump into the Russian collusion story to distract us from the fact that he was murdered on the streets in Washington, D.C., to distract us from the fact that the download speeds of those emails of the DNC were proven to be from a zip drive plugged into the server, and could not have been done from an external hookup through a Wi-Fi or an Ethernet or getting into their system. It could not have transferred at that speed in the way that it transferred. So we knew it was an internal. But if they know it's internal, then the focus goes on, well, who had access to it internally? Oh, well, there was an IT guy, Seth Rich, who was responsible for this, and this, and this. Let's go talk to him. What? He was just murdered? Wait a minute, time out. Okay? Do you see how important this Russian collusion story was? Because Seth had it all. And he gave it to WikiLeaks. Thank God Seth got it to WikiLeaks before they killed him, because now he will be remembered in all of history as one of the great patriots of this nation. And he sacrificed his life for us, for you and me. Seth Rich sacrificed
he was one of the few involved, those people that had a conscience.
Yep. Yep. He was a patriot.
He could not live with that. He could not live with that.
Yep. So he died with it. But he got the word out. And thank you. And we'll honor his family once we find out how much in fear they were, because the same people that killed their son and their brother threatened them if they didn't play along. And that was also done by MS-13 gang members. And the two MS-13 gang members that killed him were killed the next day. This was like the Jack Ruby thing after the Kennedy assassination, to make, to cover it all up. So, that's huge. The other thing I wanted to point out about the Feinstein thing was that they were also very disappointed that Feinstein went and gave praised Lindsey Graham for his handling of the whole situation. I remember watching that. I watched Feinstein, and I remember that, and also gave him a hug after. Like, Lindsey's getting a hug from Feinstein and a fist pump from Kamala. I wonder what's up, Lindsey. What's going on, man?
He looked extremely shaky in that little press conference he gave, where he told the president to concede.
Okay, I missed that.
Mm-hmm.
I missed that. When was that?
Well, actually, he didn't directly say concede. He said that they should cooperate with the intelligence and the change of office with Biden's team.
Wow.
I think that was Saturday, maybe Friday or Saturday.
Wow.
He seemed very shaky. He really did. So they got something on him.
We've been talking about Lindsey for quite a while. Todd and Cindy and I have been, for a long time, been talking about Lindsey and how, he was obviously very anti-Trump when McCain was alive, and then all of a sudden McCain's, executed, and which not my words, but the words of the senator, I can't remember his name, who said that, and his daughter said it on national television that they killed my
Yeah,
dad.
she said, "What are you going to do? Kill him again?"
Yeah, kill my dad again. Yeah, and uh, and so, by their words, that he was killed, and and so as soon as that happened, Lindsay flipped like a pancake, and but the thing is, he's not quite done yet, so he keeps flipping over. He gets a little heat on one side and then flips over to the cool side until that gets too hot and then flips back over. So they got something on him, but yet he's also being used as a tool of the Trump campaign. So I wanted to point that out, the friendliness, but interesting that he was very nervous in that. I love that.
Yeah, he looked pretty well shaken up. Like maybe he just got a death threat. Like, hey, you go say this, or we're going to kill you, or we're going to expose you. Something.
Right, right, yeah. But he can only play both sides for so long, right? Before it all comes out.
Yeah, Governor Kasich of Ohio, our former governor, which he was a
Hmm.
total scumbag, actually was said when McCain was put to death. He actually said that. I don't
Oh,
remember who he was talking to. He did say that.
so was that the one? Was that the one I was thinking of? Maybe.
Maybe so.
Yeah, yeah. That he was
But
put
that
to
guy
death.
himself is a complete weasel.
Yeah, yeah. So what about the? So going into the, let's step into the black and white here, and
Okay.
um, and then I want to get to Todd and Sydney before it gets too late. But
Yes.
what's your where do you want me to go with this here? Let me see. Let me find
Yeah,
you.
I did send you that. You'll see the picture of the president.
Yeah, I had that. Where the heck is my?
I did send you that link in Messenger too.
Thank you, thank you. Um, and my messenger's not opening up for some reason. It's very odd.
I was actually
Um,
discussing this, because this is what, if I either work it out in my head or I call up one of my buddies and we discuss it.
mm-hmm.
And we were talking about the black and white, and she said, "Well, don't you remember um the black and white drops? Because those were regular color pictures that were turned black and white.
Mm-hmm.
And when we pulled them up, and I can't remember which drop numbers they were turned black and white. They were both of the president. He looks really mean in it almost. It's kind of awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And in the other one, he says, "I got you."
So,
And then one of the Anons, like very shortly after that, that kind of bounces around with 17, immediately posted a black and white of JFK with a Pepe, and that picture was also turned in black and
yeah.
white.
So
And
this
it
is
just kind of struck a chord with me.
so walk us through this. This is the mean one. He's almost got one eye closed,
Yes.
and and it's
He
almost
looks prepared for battle.
yeah, and it's almost like he's you know how you close.
You see the
Cl-
battle scars? Looks like he's got almost like a swollen eye and a
yeah,
and a scar above and a mark above the eye,
yeah,
and
yeah.
he looks like he's been roughed up in battle, and then the next one is like, "Ha, I've come through it. I gotcha."
And you always close one eye when you're aiming a rifle.
Yep.
When you're getting somebody in your scope. And this is the next one. I got you. So these were Q drops with black and white pictures, and
And those were color pictures.
they were color in it originally, and then in the Q drop they were in black and white. You're saying?
Yes, they were turned black and white
Nice,
specifically for the drops.
nice. And then tell me about Kennedy's with Pepe.
Yeah, one of the Anons that gets a lot of playback with asking
Mm-hmm.
17 questions immediately posted that right after those. And like so quickly in sequence that it's almost like maybe even 17 dropped that themselves.
Mm. I think 17 does do a lot of the anon,
Hmm.
because that's a way that, for example, you're on a talk show, right? And let's say you came on and we're doing this talk show, and so Kellyanne, you've been traveling lately, right? And you're a comedian, right? Yeah. And you've got like five traveling jokes lined up, or you've got a story of traveling and da da da, right? And it's like the worst is Byron Allen's late night comedy show, right? It's like there's not 1 ounce of genuine conversation. It's just Byron Allen teeing up the ball and these comedians just hitting it down the fairway, right? And
Hmm.
and by the way, hats off to Byron Allen. You know, you made a fortune, dude. You know the game. But at any rate, so Q and then the Anons, right? Q will post something, or the Anons will spark something, and it just leads us in a direction they want us to go. And so I think there's a lot of that there, and
Yes.
which should make us feel even better. I love how you tag everybody on these. By the way, way to get it out there. Way to do this awesome work here.
I try to tag as many people as possible. Of course, our friends and stuff,
Yep.
but because since you guys are so limited with how many followers you have, you guys are all maxed out at like 5,000.
Right. Right.
I know some of the other people that post a lot, other people that can't follow any of you guys because you're so loaded, can also
Right.
find us that way,
That's beautiful. Beautiful. And
reach more people.
by the way, I think Anthony Dami is he's off right now. Is that right? He's been suspended off Facebook. Did I read that right?
I just saw him in the Facebook chat not too long ago.
Okay, good. Good. I hope he's not. Maybe it was a 3-day thing or something, or I'm just totally.
Yeah, people are going down. Let me tell you, people
Yeah.
are going down.
Yeah.
Somebody I know earlier, because I actually sent you a couple of the pictures of the empty the makeshift hospitals that they're doing again,
Oh, this
and
is
they're lying
unbelievable.
and
By the
saying
way.
that the hospitals are loaded,
Yeah.
and they're empty. They're absolutely empty again,
Yeah.
and they're completely lying to people all over again. And why? Because they
Yeah.
don't want a re-election to happen. They don't want another vote to happen,
Yeah. By the way,
and they're trying to
I
keep
gotta
it to the
take
end.
you to something, guys. We're not going to show this video on the broadcast because of for obvious reasons. But let me take you on a little journey here. You're going to go on your browser and just type in the indoctrination. Hold on, what's going on here? Sorry. Okay, hold on. Just type
Have you
in
seen
the
the Syrian
indoctrination.
video going around?
I'm not sure.
Um, Rich-
Ho-
Richard Richard Presley sent it to me, and I watched it from SGT Report.
okay.
It's about they have proof that over since 2011, and McCain was involved in that, and Hillary Clinton, with over 18,000
Oh
children
yeah, yeah,
in Syria were taken
yeah,
and separated, which they love it when there's disasters
yeah. Yep.
because then they can separate the kids.
And and and
18,000
and
children.
and no birth certificates. Nobody's
Yes,
asking for birth
their
certificates at the border
organs harvested.
because they were they were lost in the flood. They were lost in the hurricane. They were lost
Yes, yeah,
they're buried in the rubble of the earthquake, right?
like what just happened in Lebanon. Look at all those kids that went missing there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what was there? A Red Cross ship was there immediately. Was there before
Yeah.
it even, hardly before it even happened.
Yeah. Yeah. If you click on show videos, yeah, okay, Eric's got it up for us, by the way. This is the key to bringing it all down, maybe, SGT. But the
Yes.
battle for humanity is huge. So this is the one. So if you click on this, this will take you to BitChute and SGT report. Guys, I've told you, I can't even count the number of times when I've said SGT report is the bomb. Okay. So we want to check that out. Okay, that's going to be looks like, how long is that? I can't tell right now, but go check that out. You can check that out through our website, theindoctrination.com, thanks to Eric Swanson. So go to show videos, and you can see the key to bringing it all down. That's the one that Kellyanne just mentioned. And then the battle for humanity, Dr. Carrie Medej. This is very well done, folks, from Stop World Control. And this is very, very important. And basically, I've talked to you guys about, the doctors that don't come out and tell the truth about COVID are going to be discredited for eternity. The doctors, like in this broadcast, this young, beautiful lady right here, okay, Dr. Carey, okay, she will thrive. She will be rewarded for her courage to possibly lose her license, to possibly lose her I think she has two clinics, okay? She is risking more than most. And she's
Yeah.
coming out and she's talking about the real story behind this pandemic, folks, that we've been talking to you about since February. All right. And so please find these people, share these people far and wide. I don't show them on this broadcast because every time I do, we get
They take it down.
they take us all down. So Eric brilliantly has followed the key of 17 and posted these on our website, just the links, right? So you can go and you can find these links, all right? So fantastic. Live election results video. Guys, this is a good one right here. We talked about this on air. We talked about how the votes in, I can't remember now, was this Michigan? No, Pennsylvania. We talked about, I think, one in Wisconsin where the votes were flipped. 19,958 votes were flipped from Trump to Biden. So you see Trump is there with 1.690 million, okay? Biden is at 1.25. So 1.69, 1.25, and this shows live them jumping to, it bounces around a little bit to some other states, and when they come back to this, when they come back to Pennsylvania, look, President Trump 1.67 instead of 1.69.
Yeah, and this happened on multiple networks for different states too.
In multiple states. Like we covered the one in Wisconsin, and this is in Pennsylvania.
And in Michigan, PA, Georgia, all of them. They caught it on live.
And Biden went from 270 to 27. What was his 252? 252.
Yeah, the exact number of votes were taken from Trump were given to Biden. Exactly.
690 and 252 to. They went around the thing and then came back to Michigan and went to It's unbelievable, folks. This happened live. This happened live. Pennsylvania, 1.67 to 1.272. And then the lady who was doing this, she actually showed her calculator. Okay. All right. And by the way, I don't think they can, because of the way I'm watching this and showing this to you, and we're not doing audio, I don't think that they can track this. I hope not, anyway. But go check this out, folks. This is huge. All right, that's Eric doing some great work there, dropping these show videos. And folks, you can also find stuff on Hot Zone on the IndoctriNATION.com. There's a lot of research there. You can just scroll down, NXIVM, Hunter Biden emails, Ghislaine Maxwell files, General Flynn, Clinton Foundation. It's always been my dream, folks, that we have a place where we can go and we can talk and we can communicate, which we do here, but also that you can go and you can find the information and find the evidence of the things that we talk about. So please go to the website and check that out. And also you can go to market and you can support us through some of the products there. I got denied on Amazon products, by the way. So if you go through the Amazon link, they may give me something in arrears, but they basically declined me. I think it was because of the same reason we're getting censored elsewhere, but I got to jump through a few more hoops to make that work. So right now that's not working, but and we're going to have some stuff too for you guys over the holidays where you can support some of our Snedheads, some of our local peeps, and I'm going to work on that. I already worked on it this weekend, and I should have something for you before Thanksgiving. Which is hard to do, folks. I got to tell you, it's hard to do because we've got stuff coming at us, like flying at us, like you wouldn't believe. And but we need you strong. We need you powerful, and we need you in this battle, folks. This is huge, and we 17 needs us. That's why they gave us the information. That's why they're walking us through this information. Okay.
I just had somebody send me a message that says that now my daughter can buy me a new car. I don't think they're going to get anything out of the guy,
Right.
really. But
Right.
it's just the fact, because my car's blown up. So
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get anything out of him. I think that, it's just the principle that she got this massive judgment against him. And even if he gets out, he's never going to be able to have anything ever again.
That's amazing. He'll never be able to have if he works, his salary will be taken a whole bit.
Yeah, because I think he cashed in his 401k for his defense for her trial last year.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. I hope there is something there. And then does he appeal? The whole bit. There's some powerful stuff going on around the world about the lockdown, and it's very, very important. I'll give you an example. I want to share something. Let me see if this is going to be available, but. So
I know they're definitely stepping up, and people are circulating that CDC FEMA plan about isolating people in neighborhoods and communities and all of that stuff again, trying to scare the daylights out of people.
Yeah.
I don't think Donald Trump's not going to let that happen to us.
No. And I'll get to that more in a second, but here's what's happening in Berlin. Nate shared this with us. Thank you, Nate. People are engaging, folks. This is what was so important that needed to happen. We needed to get off our couches. We needed to get away from our work. We needed to come together and we need to expose what's going on right now. And these people obviously are being sprayed with chemical like tear gas, which I was, I felt that I was. They launched tear gas right at my leg in Santa Monica, and that's brutal. It's nothing really. You wash it out and it goes away in a handful of minutes. But this is what's going on in Berlin. Okay, this is Germany. All right, and there are people that are doing what these people are doing and saying, we're not going to lock down. This is ridiculous. Do you see any of these people wearing masks? Maybe they're wearing scarves because it's cold. And that dude was wearing the V for Vendetta mask. No one's wearing masks, folks. No one's afraid of this COVID crap. Like these people know this is a scam. So you have people on this side of the world, of this side of the fence, and then you have others who are blaming the GOP, like a friend of mine just did, for 250,000 deaths because they're locked in the indoctrination. They're completely indoctrinated. Stupid, questionable. This guy's a smart guy. I think there's a lot of smart people that are completely indoctrinated. I was a smart guy who was completely indoctrinated. Okay? And so I have compassion for those who are in the same situation, but it's getting very frustrating because there's so much evidence that is still being kept from us that shows that the people that really don't have our best interests at heart are doing tremendously horrible things against more people with suicide and cancer that hasn't been what do you call it when you figure out somebody's got cancer?
They're terminal. They're in hospice. These people that are getting sick and dying.
Yeah, and without their family being able to come and sit by their side. I mean, it's just insanity. What's going on?
I mean,
here.
and we have a lady who is talking about the whole COVID thing is real. Yeah, but only 11,000 of those people only died from COVID.
Yeah.
All the rest of it's been updated on the CDC website. All the rest died from an average of 2.6 other causes of death. They just also tested positive for COVID, and the test is only 50% accurate. This is the heart of cold, flu, and viral season.
Yeah.
And they knew this was going to happen, which is what these people are hospitalized for.
Yeah. I have
friends. PCR
friends.
test is for any virus and flu.
Yeah. I have friends and I'm like, yeah, but COVID cured the flu. What do you mean? No one's died from flu. 80,000 people a year ago, and what are the numbers this year? Like, it's ridiculous.
Zero, because Dr. Birx got caught on live television saying in April that we don't have the flu anymore.
Exactly.
Oh, really? Really? Because my grandson just had the influenza 3 weeks ago and tested positive for type B influenza.
Yeah.
So you're going to tell me that there's no flu when he just tested positive for flu, and then half of his class is wiped out?
Yep.
And they just shut down our entire school system here because a parent of one of the kids tested positive for COVID.
And the kids aren't even transferring it. The kids aren't even.
Yeah, the whole school system is shut down till minimum December 1st. And our governor, who's a rhino, who's involved in Mike DeWine, who's involved in the human trafficking scandal with, his former head of health, Dr. Acton. They're both connected to Hillary Clinton and all of that. He's shutting down our whole state again.
Yeah.
And it's flu season.
DeWine is a joke.
Oh, he is. And so was Kasich. Kasich was a dirtbag, too, to the highest level. Both rhinos.
Somebody just tweeted that they think Powell's going to go after Republicans and Democrats, and
She will.
that's
She
absolutely
will, because
true.
Mitt Romney's a Republican. Let's
Yeah,
see if they have something on Lindsey Graham.
yeah,
She's going to go after him too.
yeah, absolutely,
We know
absolutely.
Mitt Romney owns part of Dominion.
Yeah, yeah,
Kamala Harris's husband is connected to Dominion.
through the legal
These
firm.
some of the people that Biden wants to appoint are connected to Dominion.
Yeah,
Antifa members like Coomer, who was the head.
yeah. Coomer, who said we're going to stop Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep him from getting elected. Ash Liberty, massive international money laundering and bribery scheme involving California Governor Newsom and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp is unfolding. Governors of multiple states wired hundreds of millions of dollars to communist China to allegedly purchase COVID supplies. Remember when Newsom bought $1 billion worth of masks and
Oh yeah.
was avoiding the press and avoiding questions about it, and then they never came, and then they came, and it wasn't $1 billion worth, and I mean, folks,
And it turned out that payment went for all of those AR guns that the
yeah,
shipment was caught coming through Mexico that
yeah,
was came from China. That's what he actually bought, like 10,000 guns.
yeah,
He had plans to
AR-15s,
distribute to BLM and Antifa
yeah,
members.
or as Joe Biden says, AR-14s.
Yeah.
It was all a massive money laundering, kickback, and bribery scheme that saw money transferred to family members and business entities of the corrupt U.S. governors, according to sources. Folks, how many times have I said to you that these governors are not just going to step down from office in embarrassment? They're stepping into leg irons. These people are going to prison, military tribunals, and possibly execution. Okay. This is why they're fighting so hard, because their deeds, even before this election, were treasonous. And if Donald Trump gets in office, they're done. Biden gets in office, if the DOJ or anybody came after them, or anybody said, well, we got to go after Hunter or whatever, pardon, pardon, pardon. That's it. That's why they need their people in the White House. It's very, very clear, folks. Okay,
Yes.
very, very clear. Here it is. Back in April, he wired $500 million to communist China. So remember this too, folks. He wired $500 million. He wired $500 million to the Chinese Communist Party, which created the virus and sent it over to us while they shut down travel from Wuhan to other parts of China. They literally put people on a plane back to the United States and other parts of the world. Those migrant workers that work in Italy, because everybody loves the tag "Made in Italy," but they want the cheap labor of China, so they literally fly the cheap labor in because it's cheaper than paying an Italian to actually make a leather good.
Right.
And so they let all these workers back in Italy, and here they come. And this isn't even tying in the 5G, which I shouldn't have even said just now. It's not even tying in that technology that was rampant in Wuhan. It was turned on in Wuhan a week before the first one was listed, the first case. It was in Iran.
And Italy. In
And
that region of Italy too, by the way.
That region of Italy, it was all over the place,
Yeah.
this technology.
They were surrounded by those
Yeah,
towers.
absolutely. So there's some sort of combination. There's some sort of, We've talked about this. You know, I'm a big fan, as you guys know, of Rudolf Steiner. My child goes to a Rudolf Steiner school. He's a savant, just brilliant. He created biodynamic farming. He understood how important it was to teach children how to teach themselves rather than give them the answers, have them memorize it and regurgitate it back. He created the Waldorf schools in Germany in the 20s and 30s. They were actually shut down during the rise of the Nazi communist, the Nazi fascist party, anti-fascists, so I literally have people, somebody, you know, who posted a white bunny holding a sign that said anti-fascist means against fascism. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. And I just dropped. I'm like, come on, anti-fascist. You guys got to know about George Orwell, Eric Blair, and Aldous Huxley, Fabian Society. And I said, look at doublespeak, look at newspeak that Orwell talked about. And this is where you title something that sounds really enticing, really good, like the Patriot Act. But it's actually tyranny. But it's masked. It's got the public relations mask of something really positive. Anti-fascist. Of course it means anti-fascism, but look at their actions. Their actions are absolutely fascist. It's like trying to, it's absolutely insanity. But at any rate, this is what we're dealing with, this level of cognitive dissonance in our population, of people that don't understand what's going on here. And so Steiner understood how important it was for us to be able to think for ourselves. And so he established an education that would help the child do that, learning through the right brain and the left brain, reading later, because he knew that it was more important for a child to imagine a dragon flying through the air, breathing fire, than trying to figure out how to spell it. And that, in one fell swoop, is the genius of his education. But he also talked about how the first flu, before the Spanish flu that he experienced in what was it, 1917? He said that in 1916, that was when the military started doing radar waves across the planet. And so our human biology experienced, for the first time in human history, radar waves or radio waves going through our tissue, our cells, our electric being. And he believed that the Spanish flu was a result of that, because the cell, and I talk about this on my April 18th broadcast, when I showed you guys the cell and how the cell disease virus is the cell expelling the toxin. This cell becomes diseased through this radio electronic wave that's going through our electric. Remember, each atom is a positive and negative electron in charge, and these radio waves are going through our body. And so the cells were becoming diseased, and the expelling of the toxin within the cell to get it out, like opening a window because it's smoky and you burn something on the stove, and you got to open the window to let the smoke out. Otherwise, you're going to breathe in all these nasty fumes. That's the cell expelling that, and that's the virus. Because now you have
Yep.
to expel it. And where do you expel? You sweat it out, you pee it out, you poop it out, or you breathe it out.
Yes. I mean, that's my field is radiology. So, I mean, you're explaining it exactly right.
What,
This is any virus you're ever going to have is already in your blood. It's whether something activates it and causes it to leak into your system.
right, right.
The exosomes.
So,
So this is
but
low-level radiation sickness. If you look up all the symptoms of low-level radiation
yeah,
sickness,
yeah,
this is it,
yeah,
including the kids that had it, the blisters and all of that,
yeah.
low-level radiation sickness.
But fortunately, when we have a toxin, we can breathe it out. Oh, wait a minute. Unless, of course, there's something blocking that and forcing us to breathe it back in. What could
A
that?
mask.
What? Yeah. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see what's going on here, folks?
Not only that, that mask also traps from the moisture,
Yep.
traps other bacteria
Yeah.
that normally would breeze past you and holds it right in front of your mouth to keep it there for you to breathe that into.
I've seen, a mask like grown in a petri dish from the bacteria,
Oh
and
yeah, it's disgusting.
it's disgusting, and that's what we're doing. We're breathing it out, and we're not getting the oxygen to our brains, and the OSHA actually has one of the Snedheads told me that the California OSHA actually changed their oxygen level requirements because here's the thing. I mentioned this a long time ago that the lawyers are running our society. The lawyers are running our society because the corporations are trying to avoid accountability and liability for their demands on their workers. So if a company demands their workers wear a mask all day, they can't allow themselves to be put into a position of being sued by those workers, which is what's going to happen and what must happen because these people are being forced to work in low oxygen level environment. So the store, the corporation, is going to move in the direction they fear less. So if they're getting pressure from the state government, the governors, the senators, the congressmen, the state reps, the whole bit, the police, the sheriff, if they're getting pressure from those organizations, they're going to move in the direction of restricting your and my freedoms. However, class action lawsuit, 17 talks about this, class action. Class action lawsuits against these corporations. It only takes a couple hundred employees, probably. Class action lawsuit against Amazon for forcing them to work all day in extreme conditions with no oxygen. And guess
Well, and Amazon just took away that $2 extra an hour bonus that they were giving them for COVID too. So those people aren't going to be very happy. My son's girlfriend works at one of the Amazon warehouses
Yeah.
in Cleveland,
Wow.
and a whole bunch of people are coming down with COVID. And when she went back and got a second test, it was negative, but she tested positive for having a bacteria in her lungs from wearing the mask all day at work.
Wow. I'm telling
And that
you.
was because I insisted she go get retested because they didn't
Good.
even recommend she get retested either.
Wow. I tell you, it's going to be the lawsuits that drive the corporations to push back against the government. And that's what it's going to
Yeah.
take. That's what it's going to take. And the people waking up, like those people in Berlin, fabulous, that are getting out. I watched some people in England that they're calling for the arrest of Parliament in England. Beautiful, beautiful. See if you guys can find that. Eric, if you can find that, please drop that. It's basically somebody's got it. If you guys do, drop it and tag Eric if you would on Facebook. That would be great. So, yeah, so this article talks about how Newsom sent $1 billion, and the face masks never arrived. And the Chinese electric car company, by the way, this is another scandal. The Chinese electric car company is called BYD, okay? Still has the money and has yet to send over a single mask. Now, staying on that for a second, also passed through the California communist agenda and group, is that we have to go to electric cars in the near future. I'm forgetting the exact dates on it and so forth, but it's being pushed back on. But guess why? BYD. Okay, these Chinese, electric car manufacturers are going to make huge bank by him making a decision like this. So this is just, this is corporate crap. So this is so I want to read this to you here. So China launders the money then into financial kickbacks for the governor's family members or business entities. And this is exactly what is now being alleged by attorney Lynn Wood. Lynn Wood, as we know, is Nick Sandman and Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer, and working with President Trump. And it describes a shocking pattern of communist Chinese infiltration and corruption of U.S. governors. Oh, by the way, they did not mention Lynn Wood as an official lawyer of the Trump campaign. Correct? So I think Lynn Wood is in the same boat as
yeah, he's independent as well.
Independent, just like Sydney. So so listen at 6:17 as Lynn Wood explains. So this is obviously this is, by the way, Mike Adams at naturalnews.com. Mike Adams is a very, very good source of information, a very strong patriot. I've been following Mike Adams for probably a decade. I believe that Brian Kemp is corrupt, and I think he was corrupted with Chinese money. And I don't think he wants this election overthrown and the real results posted, because then Brian Kemp is going to be facing a Trump administration attorney general, and Brian Kemp would find himself in jail. It's that simple. He sold himself out. Now he's trying to hide to try to get this election validated, even though it's illegal, because if it's invalidated, Brian Kemp and a lot of other Georgia people are in trouble, including the Secretary of State. Also, at the 17-minute mark, I'm a defamation lawyer. This is Lynn Wood. I have stated publicly that Brian Kemp and Raffensperger are corrupt, and they took money from Chinese on the COVID deal and on the Dominion voting deal. I bet you anything Brian Kemp won't sue me for defamation, because he knows if he did, he'd go into court, I'd have discovery, and I would prove that he did it. That is true. So, folks, if they were trying to push back on him and say, oh, I'm going to take you to court for defamation. Okay, so let's go into court, and now you have to prove that I am incorrect. So I have discovery as Lynn Wood, and so you have to provide me with the information, and then we're going to get to the bottom of this. And so that's going to expose them. Other indie media sources are also reporting that the Trump administration, via the NSA, has proof of the final transactions that show Kemp and Raffensperger taking bribery money from communist China. Trump was waiting for Kemp and Raffensperger to complete the crime of certifying Georgia's voting results before moving against them for criminal fraud and corruption. So, excuse me. They were waiting for them to complete the crime, as we've mentioned many times, to walk out of the store with the goods that you just shoplifted, so they can catch you. Excuse me. We're now hearing that Communist China ran a web of financial kickbacks and bribes to multiple governors and state officials across America, including California and Georgia, with many other states soon to follow. Yeah, all for COVID supplies that were either never delivered or delivered as low cost, low quality items nowhere near the stated value. So, this is how they do this, folks. This is how they do it. So, it goes over to China and then comes back through. Just like Ukraine aid money, so much, so much. And that's what's really going on. So, excuse me.
Yeah, I had also sent you one of Lynn Wood's interviews, which was pretty good too. He's saying quite a lot. He even brings up pedophilia and everything.
Is that right? What's that? What's
Hmm.
that interview on? Is it very long?
Um, I don't know. I didn't listen to the entire thing, but it's on there. I sent it to you.
Awesome.
Let's see. It is. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's right by that Melania one. That's the full one.
I'm trying to
He does
find.
bring up that they're going to be exposed for pedophilia and
Really?
oh yeah,
Wow. That's
he's breaking
amazing.
it out. Him and Sidney Powell, between the two of them, they're cracking it together.
Wow.
I'll
Well,
post that on my page too and tag you guys in
cool.
it.
Cool. That's awesome. I keep trying to pull you up, and I keep getting advertisements that are popping up. This is unbelievable because I'm
Oh
pulling.
yeah, the ads have been crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're going to make some money off us conspiracy theorists. That's for sure.
Yeah, they want to block us all, but they want to make money off of us too.
Exactly. They want to do both. They want to the best of both worlds. Yeah, I'm clicking on you, and do you have a boot company that you're trying to we're trying to plug here?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you had that little twang. I thought maybe a little cowgirl, and you might want to shop some boots here. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can get there. This is Linwood. Let's show a little bit piece of this. And Eric, if you can drop this in, that would be awesome. Um, and and then
Yeah, yeah, I sent you two. One is the full interview.
okay,
The one that's by Melania. That one's the full one.
okay. Here's one that's. Let me see if I can get this one dialed in here. Um, and hold on one sec. And I'm gonna have to mute you for a second here. Whoa. This is not, Kellyanne, this is not some crazy uncle and you're,
No,
who's coming over for Thanksgiving and spouting a bunch of
this is
conspiracy jargon.
this is top defamation, one of the top defamation lawyers on the planet
Yeah,
saying these things.
yeah. This is, and Sidney Powell, who is saying things. These are, and they're conservative lawyers, right? Nobody understands defamation more than this guy, and he just dropped the names of Hunter Biden, Epstein, Maxwell, the occupiers of the Oval Office, the my gosh, Wiener. Okay, if this guy didn't have the goods, he's not a guy that's going to go out and spout a bunch of stuff about somebody. This is not your crazy neighbor, folks. Okay? This is not your crazy neighbor. This is not your crazy uncle. That, by the way, the mainstream media will try to discredit, okay? Just like
Everybody's saying that they didn't hear it at all.
Ah, shit. Are you serious?
Everybody on Facebook is saying that they did not hear any of it at all.
Damn. Okay.
Well, let me get off and I'll let you play it. Maybe
Okay.
that'll let it play because, I've got
Okay.
the interference from being listened to, but that's my mic
Right.
drop. That's a pretty good one to
That's
go out with.
brilliant. That's a great mic drop.
Yeah, they definitely want to hear that, and I
Hey,
did post
you
that
rock.
too.
I'm gonna figure that out, and I'll make sure. And I tell you what, yes. Just will you do me a favor? Will you text me if you don't get it, if you're not hearing it, please?
Okay,
All right.
absolutely.
Awesome. Great work tonight. Great work this weekend. Awesome.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk. All right. Have a great one. We'll talk
Okay.
tomorrow. All right. Be well.
Okay,
And
bye.
congrats again on your daughter on
Thank
on
you.
Jordy's.
Thank you so much.
That's amazing. Okay. Take care.
Yeah, pretty
All right.
phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. Kellyanne, great work tonight. Great stuff. And do you feel better about what's going on? If you were feeling bad at all, and yeah, Eric, can you put that on the website, folks? I'm sorry, the no audio. I will try that again, and I'm gonna watch the. Let me see how I'm gonna do this here. Let me pull the chat over here so that when I play it, you should be able to hear it. So let me do this and pull that up. So sorry you can hear that. That's a brilliant one. By the way, if you follow me on Twitter, I did just retweet it. If you're not following me on Twitter, please go to @Dave Snedeker, Snedeker. Cindy, if you wouldn't mind dropping that stuff, I'm going to have you guys on here in just a minute. I'd appreciate that. All our information on how you can get a hold of us. And looks like Laura's all dropping that link. So let me pull it up again, and let me see. Let me see if I can do this. And I think this might work here. Let me do this. Let me pause it. Let me go over here. Let me show you the picture that is up. And we should have the input capture there. And let's try it. And I'll watch the comments too.
I think there's a lot of things going on right now that people are not going to recognize without the use of discernment. So they'll understand more than what just they see at first glance. So the Supreme Court's being aligned. The Department of Defense was recently realigned by the president. Take a look at who he put in place: cyber terrorism and a terrorism expert. As I said, look at what he did in 2018 with the executive order to deal with foreign interference in our national elections. I think that, listen, in a perfect world, I'd like to see John Durham's report come out and people go to jail. I'd like for you told about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and I'd like for a lot of people to go to jail.
Yes.
I'd like to see what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. I'd like to see those people go to jail.
Yes.
I'd like to see what's on Anthony Weiner's laptop. I'd like to see. Truth. I do say it, and I believe it. Every lie will be revealed. This country is going to be shocked when it learns the truth about who's been occupying the Oval Office.
That's fun, isn't it? Sorry, guys. Now I've got the echo. Let me see here. That is that's very unfortunate. I'm sorry for that sound. I promise you we'll get that up on the website here. Eric, can you please check on that and just let me know if you can do that. It's very very frustrating, folks. We're dealing with some technical issues here, and I do not know if I'm going to be able to solve. Yeah. So I'm getting some bad feedback there. So my apologies, and we will we'll get that audio to you here, and many of you are dropping it in the links here. Please, thank you for that, and we'll keep that. So we'll get that to you. All right. So check the website. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully we'll be able to get that worked out. Unbelievable the amount of technical hurdles that we've had here. It's uncanny. I mean, I literally spent $1,000 on a device that worked for 3 months and stopped. And also the you guys are way behind me right now, so I'm wondering why. Is it still? Am I echoing right now? Is that what you're saying? Is my voice echoing? Or I'm kicked off YouTube for a week, Lillian. They censored me for a week. Is it a major echo with me talking right now, folks? That's what I'm looking for right now. Is it me echoing, or was it that audio? Okay. So yeah, we'll post the link, and I think Kellyanne did her post. Okay. Now, I need to know if I'm echoing or it was just Lynn Wood. Am I echoing right now, please? The chats are so late right now, or so far behind me. So, Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in? And I'll hopefully dial you in a little bit easier, a little bit better. I'm actually going to try to pull you in through the computer. I think that might be our best bet here. So if you want to call me on Messenger, I'll pick you up there. Let's see. I've got that open. I'll cancel that. Here you come. There you are. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Hello. Hold on. Cindy? No. Cindy? Hello? Hello, hello. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Cindy, hey.
We had an echo there for a while. I thought my brain was going crazy.
Okay, we still got the echo. Hold on, I'm going to call you right back. This is unbelievable. This is the absolute hurdles I have to jump through. What was it, 3 hours we spent on Friday, an hour today, trying to resolve these issues, and you would not believe, folks, the headaches. No, I'm good now. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate that feedback. Appreciate that. Let me call back Cindy and Todd and see if we can get that working a little bit better without the echo, echo, echo.
Hello?
Oh my gosh, I'm getting like this crazy echo. Can you hear me, all right?
I can hear you.
All right. Okay, how about now?
I can hear you fine.
Damn it. Okay.
Are we still getting an echo?
This is crazy right now.
Oh, now I can hear it.
Okay, hold on. I got to do something here. This is unbelievable.
I always wanted my voice to sound like this. Hello, everyone.
Okay. How is this?
Please leave the echo.
No echo now, but now I'm way behind on this. This is unbelievable. All right. I'm going to try one more thing. And Todd?
Erica is keeping track. It's technical difficulties 3, Dave 0.
All right. Okay. Hey, we might have this now. Okay.
Yeah, you're echoing big time.
All right. How about now? I think we're good now. So, how are you guys doing? I was, we were potentially, you guys bring so much information, and it's so powerful. I really don't think we need to hear it twice. So, I think we don't need the echo. Now, on a bad day, maybe, because, we got to bump you up. Kind of like, basically, I was putting you through my Dominion filter. So you guys were coming across twice.
Were those fight votes?
Yeah. All right. We're good. Everything is good. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Thank you guys. Thanks for the great feedback. I have my I have my technical crew giving us feedback right now, which is kind of an odd way to say it because you're giving me feedback, but the problem was I was getting feedback. So yeah, it's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. Little confusing. All right. So how you guys doing? What's happening?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just it was a long day in the hood today.
Yeah.
So I did my unplug weekend. I've been doing that.
Same, buddy. Same, man.
If you guys are sending me a bunch of stuff and I didn't respond, normally I try to respond, but this weekend I would have to say that I didn't respond to. I responded to maybe one or two people.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just my way of unplugging and trying to charge my batteries for the week. And unfortunately, I had to get up super early in order to do a job this morning. So it's just been kind of run day, and you know, I just, I guess I'm just so comfortable with where we're at
Yeah.
that I saw some things like, oh, they got rid of Sidney Powell, and I was like, oh
Right.
my God, really, guys, please don't freak
Thanks,
out
Gene.
over this.
Yeah.
I beg of you, you know, please don't freak out over these little details.
Yeah.
This has all been planned out. It's way above our comprehension. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I can also tell you, just from all the information we've gotten, that they've got this. So just let it play out.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. Don't
Yeah.
freak out.
Yeah.
I think it's the 40,000-foot view is what, what 17 always says.
Yeah.
And I think if you use the 40,000-foot view, you see that a lot of stuff has happened. I mean, if you don't see it, maybe we're not doing a good enough job on your broadcast, Dave, because
Yeah.
like for the last year, we have information every day.
Yeah. Todd, I'm glad you go ahead. I wanted to.
And it's just, you just really have to keep that view, and really,
Yeah.
17 said they have to put out a lot of disinformation.
Yeah.
So, and we've used that huddle up thing, over and over, how you can't tell the other guys the plan because they're trying to figure it out too. Well, I think it's even too late for them.
Yeah.
I mean, so
I'm glad you said that about the maybe we're not doing a good enough job here, because when people start freaking out, don't you feel like, are you not paying attention?
I do.
Right? I mean,
I really feel like maybe we're getting our message across.
Yeah, it's like, come on, people. What do we got to do here? I mean, we're dropping 7-hour shows on you, just breaking down everything. 5-hour shows, 4-hour shows. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's digging into these Q drops like we are. Sure, Reinert's going to go on a deep dive and share it on Facebook. Yes, we're going to get great information from some of these tweets and things like that. And certainly 17, is just amazing, the drops and the tweets from Trump and the whole bit. But come on, people, don't let us down here. Okay, we're not doing what we're doing so you guys can fall apart at the first chance. And you're getting in our way.
I kind of look at it like, Dave, if we trained, for 6 months or a year, and we trained to do a mission, and then as soon as our boots hit the ground, everybody started panicking because there's things are different than they wanted them to be. Once they got there.
Yeah.
And once the real shooting started, they threw their guns down and they ran back to the helicopter trying to get back on to go home.
Yeah.
That's not what this is all about.
Right.
This is about, hold the line, stand firm, all of the things that we're supposed to be doing. Some are not listening. If you're so easily swayed back into your indoctrination.
Right.
If you listen to Fox News, and I've told everybody, shut Fox News off. I don't care who it is, because you just, if you can't trust some of them, you can't trust any of them.
Yeah.
That's just the way I feel about it.
Well,
and
people
still keep going back to that well, and they'll and even President Trump, he puts it in our face. He had Tucker as one of his tweets today, to watch Tucker. And I'm like, who is it for me to, question the plan?
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously he did it because he knew it was a good message to be put out there, but he's also drawing people back, back to Fox News, which if if this were my plan, I would tell everybody in the world never to watch them.
Right. I agree. I agree.
And I mean, but we don't understand the plan. See, we've seen all of the information, and they've tried what to do and how to react and not to freak out, and that they got it under control, and to camouflage yourself so we don't get taken out on social media.
Yep.
And they told us everything to do, but you really have to have that 40,000-foot view of the field.
Yes.
And I think I still go back to my belief, and you don't have to believe like me. I mean, if you want to freak out, you can, but I don't think that's the point of this whole. I think if you really understand what we're trying to show on this show, and even investigate it yourself, just like you say, Dave, don't take our word. We're not trying to lead you anywhere.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, it's hard for me to get so much information on the positive side to look at the one morsel that will be fed out,
Right.
That'll get everybody upset so fast. I mean, my bucket is full of facts, and I'm not going to worry about one little fact that spills out of my bucket.
Yes. Especially when that fact spilling out of your bucket is intentional.
Right. Right. Yeah.
You're spot on with the whole, like, listen, we're there. We're trying to bring you guys here. 17, do you believe 17 or do you not? If you don't believe in 17 and the military intelligence and the level of intelligence and the communication with President Trump and the absolute impossibility of coincidence, impossibility that they're not working together, impossibility that they haven't seen the things that are coming before they happen, which is why they're able to navigate them flawlessly as they do. The fact that we went into the election, we weren't sure if there was even going to be an election, but once they had the election, we understood why we needed to have the election. How many more people have awakened since the election? And they had to catch them in the act of subverting our democracy, subverting our republic, but our Democrat, election. They had to catch these people doing it and tie it all together. And now you have two of the best lawyers in the world, three of the best lawyers in the world, Giuliani, Lynn Wood, Sidney Powell, is talking about the things they're talking about. Hunter Biden, the Todd, I'm going to play this again because people didn't get to hear this, and I'm going to play it so that they can hear it. And I'm going to see a man about a horse, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk further, okay? All right.
All right, bud.
Buddy. Let me set this up. Hold on. Okay, folks, I'm going to play this again. You should have it no problem. Here we go.
The tag team duo of U.S. attorneys Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell are working tirelessly to expose the election fraud of 2020. Lynn Wood joins us to expose the voter fraud and to share that Kyle Rittenhouse, his client, is out of jail in time for Thanksgiving. Want to learn more about the 2020 election fraud? Well, on today's show, Lynn Wood's going to break down the facts related to the Canadian-made vote-counting machines and the Venezuelan-made, yes, I repeat, the...
Okay, that's the full one, and I need to drop the shorter one here, because that would have taken us some time there. So let me go in a different way here. Okay, and bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Here we go. And I think this is the shorter one. Let's try this one out.
I think there's a lot of things going on right now that people are not going to recognize without the use of discernment. so they'll understand more than what just they see at first glance. So the Supreme Court's being aligned. The Department of Defense was recently realigned by the president. Take a look at who he put in place: cyber terrorism and a terrorism expert. As I said, look at what he did in 2018 with the executive order to deal with foreign interference in our national elections. I think that, listen, in a perfect world, I'd like to see John Durham's report come out and people go to jail. I'd like to see the truth told about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and I'd like for a lot of people to go to jail.
Yes.
I'd like to see what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. I'd like to see those people go to jail.
Yes.
I'd like to see what's on Anthony Weiner's laptop. I'd like to see a lot of people go to jail. And then when we get to the final phase of the election fraud, I'd like to see a lot more people go to jail. The one thing I will say, there'll be an intermingling. There'll be people going to jail, I believe, who are involved in all of those or some of those same investigations. So there is potentially a great awakening. The truth has to come out.
Yes.
I believe it will. I do not think that you can hide the truth. I do say it, and I believe it. Every lie will be revealed. This country is going to be shocked when it learns the truth about who's been occupying the Oval Office for some periods of years. They're going to be shocked at the level of pedophilia. They're going to be shocked at what I believe will be a revelation in terms of people who actually engage in satanic worship.
There you have it, Lynn Wood. Thanks for your patience, everybody, on that. Todd, I mean, you know, you got the top defamation lawyer in the land dropping those kind of bombs. What more do we need here, folks?
No.
What more do we need?
I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, you know, there, like I said before, there's a lot of disinformation out there.
Yeah.
And the disinformation spreads like wildfire. You know, we can't have a great awakening if we believe everything that's put out. And the intent, you know, when I heard about Sidney Powell today, I started laughing. I started laughing. I did. I laughed out loud. I went, somebody sent it to me like, oh, what do you think about Sidney Powell being released and not being Trump's lawyer or attorney anymore? And I was like, who cares?
Yeah. I was glad. I was glad because why you know, like I said earlier, why muddy the waters? Why does this have to come out of Trump's pond? You know?
And who cares if she is on Trump's team or who cares if she isn't, as long as she's still doing what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, because really she's doing it for us now.
Yeah. Here's the somebody just asked a couple things, a couple questions I caught. One is, Dave, are you ever going to do a show where you drink wine? Sure, why not? I like wine from time to time.
Not?
Wine not.
Very good.
But normally, you know, it would. Here's the thing. How about if I have wine and you guys don't? Meaning you don't whine about things that are happening. I'm kidding, but it's like you. Somebody also said, "Can you tell me if there have been any executions?" Yes or no? Yes, I believe there have been. I believe there have been at least John McCain and Herbert Walker Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush.
100%.
Those are two that are dead, and we've actually, heard that they were. Do I know it 1,000%? No. But do I believe it 1,000%? Yes. And it goes to the analogy of the dance. We're setting up, the dance is ready. You walk into the gym, I mean, everyone's there. The punch bowl, the stage, the band is there. No one's dancing yet, but the party has started and everything's been set up. Everything's been planned. and somebody walking in saying, I don't see anybody dancing. It's like, dude, you see that band there? You see the punch bowl? You see the, it's, we're there. You just heard the top defamation lawyer in the land talking about pedophilia, folks, and how the world is going to be shocked at the amount that we discover. You're hearing...
It's unbelievable.
This has never happened before. So I would ask you to, if you need more evidence that things are happening, I would ask you to please pay closer attention and change your belief system in a sense that you have to see everything that's happening that has never happened before. Even the arrests for human trafficking are happening at a level we've never witnessed before.
I was just going to say that if you need any more proof, just go back and look at it.
Yeah.
Even this all started in 2017.
Yeah.
It's just, more exposure all the time. And you remember a couple weeks ago when every day we were getting, boom, 100 here, 50 there, 60 there, 100, 200, 300. And then you go, some big ones in Australia, New Zealand, and then you go big ones in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And, 17's been showing us all of these operations, where they perform torture and the stuff we didn't, we don't want to hear, but we must hear.
Right. Right.
And, so it's not like this is a secret. It's not, when I talk to my brother today, he always asks me, well, what's the conspiracy update, and he believes me. He doesn't think I'm crazy, like a lot of people do, but,
right.
And frankly, I just don't care because I know that sometime when it's revealed, they're going to be like, wow, I mean, I should have believed you, a year ago.
So I was, here's something for you folks. Okay. And this came to me yesterday. This is really, really key. I saw a friend, and they're not on board with where we're at. And I was expecting, what are you feeling about Biden being president? Being elected president, because this is what I'm getting from everybody that's not awake. And I was like, well, where'd you hear that? This didn't happen. I was prepared for it if it happened. It would be a better story if I just lied to you and told you it happened. But, I don't do that. So this is what would have happened. Where'd you hear that? And I expected, what are you serious? It's, the news is, CNN, ABC, NBC, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You mean the news that tells you to vaccinate your children, which they don't? Or the news that is supported by those pharmaceutical companies that tell you to vaccinate your children and take the flu shot, which they don't? Or the news that promotes war when, our young people have to go and fight for wars over money? Or the news station that cuts to a commercial and goes to a McDonald's commercial for food that's poison, which you don't eat? Or the news that makes you look like you're crazy for homeschooling your children, or the news that cuts to commercial and goes to products for the skin, the hair, your food that has caused the kind of cancer that you're experiencing in your family right now? Or the news, I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. This is the news that you're listening tell you who is the next president of the United States, when none of the states have verified it, certified it. There's massive fraud that's being uncovered. They're censoring any information about that. They're trying to make Trump look like a sore loser. This is the news that you're trusting for that information, but you're not trusting for any of that other information. Folks, just find one aspect of your friend or your family member that doesn't believe the news because of this. Or how about the news that doesn't tell you that 2,000 children in the United States alone are stolen from a playground, their family home, CPS, Children and Protective Services? Are you kidding me? The ultimate Orwellian newspeak, doublespeak. Children's Protective Services? Are you kidding me? Protecting them from what? A nurturing family? And so this news doesn't tell you that 2,000 children are stolen every day? Every day. This is the news that you're trusting to tell you who the next president of the United States is. This is the absolute definition of insanity. Find one aspect of your beautiful human being that you love, that's your friend, your family member, and find one aspect where they are convinced that they are not to trust their news station with, and anchor this to that. Why are they listening? And if they're lying to them about that one aspect, what else are they lying to them about? Ask them. What else could they be lying to you about? Don't tell them. What else are they lying to you about? So that's a conversation that never happened. So so that's fun, huh? Don't you guys love it when I tell you stories that don't happen?
Well, that was one of the things I keep repeating to my brother and any of my other friends that have problems believing anything I say. I say, I fall back on the 800,000 to 1,000,000 kids that go missing every fucking year in the United States.
Yeah.
The richest, supposedly most free society in the world, and 1,000,000 kids disappear and nobody knows where they went.
Mm.
And you're okay with that, and you're okay with them not talking about it.
Yeah.
That's what angers me, because they've inflated the numbers on this crap we're going through. We've
Jesus.
gone down that rabbit hole 1,000,000 times.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's a hoax, but
unbelievable.
So they're not concerned about the almost 1,000,000 kids that go missing every year, but they're concerned about the cold. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. The cold.
Yeah. The common cold.
They need to get their fucking priorities right. This pisses me off.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And my brother goes, "Oh my God," because he's looked it up. It's out there. You don't. It's not a made up number. We
Yeah.
didn't make that up, Dave.
No.
I said there's four times as many people go missing. If you threw women into that, you'd be what? I don't even know the number there. Just that's just children.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
let's throw the rest of it in there. What do we got? 5 million missing? I don't know, but it's a hell of a lot more than 200,000 made up
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
that's what I told people. I got into an argument with my partner the other day at work. He said, "Well, I was listening to this news agency and they're so great." And I said, "Have you heard them ever say anything about 1 million kids going missing a year?" No. And I said, "Then don't trust them.
Beautiful.
I don't care if it's Newsmax. I don't care what it is
Yeah.
until they pop out of their mouth and say, we've neglected this story. We think we ought to bring light on it, and there ought to be some investigation into it."
Mm.
Until I hear that shit, and OAN tiptoes away around it, and they've
Yeah.
done the best of the best work, of the mainstream, but they still haven't come out and said, that should be on their ticker on their uh, scroll every night. What we're gonna do about this?
Yeah. Yeah.
About ending human trafficking
Yeah.
and achrome. Throw that in there too. If you haven't mentioned a word about that, then you're not your
Yeah.
news is shit, is what it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's why 17 said you're the news now, because we're the only ones telling our friends and family members and our schnetheads what's really going on in the world. And that's why they tune in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they know if we research something and we believe it, we make mistakes. I'm not saying we don't. I mean, everybody does. Every news agency does.
Yeah.
And we try to do we try to be as truthful 100% of the time.
I agree,
No matter
Todd.
how
You, you
bad it,
you definitely make mistakes, no question about it.
yeah, I do. But my
I'm kidding.
God,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
at least give the whole truth and nothing but the
Yeah.
truth,
Yeah.
and not just go, well, we can't tell the public that,
Right.
because
Right.
they'll get upset. Well, if we were upset about it, we wouldn't have human trafficking, because
Yeah.
we'll take care of that shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's really, I've felt like, okay, any news station that doesn't talk about A, they're,
Mm-hmm.
boom. Any news station doesn't talk about, B, boom.
Yep.
And you can just fill in those blanks, but the thing that and none of them will, like, who will talk about. My big thing was, something that's absolutely factual, proven. Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Why don't any of them talk about the Federal Reserve being a private organization and income tax being completely unconstitutional, and our country having been taken over as a corporation? Two, how come nobody's talking about the children? Three, how come nobody's talking about the fact that the vaccines are doing massive damage to children and to human beings? You could go down the list and they won't talk about any of it.
Oh,
False
abortion.
flags, abortion.
What's the real thing behind abortion?
Exactly.
Don't tell me it's because, oh, we're trying to help people with their reproductive rights. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
then do it before they reproduce. You know, help
Yes.
them with that.
Exactly. Right. How about some they call it family planning. What do you say we actually plan your family? Okay. You're not ready to have a child right now. I get that. You're young, but there are people that want to have a family right now that can't. What do you say we put you in touch with them, and et cetera, et cetera. And then you plan on, having a baby later on, and just knowing that you've given birth, and there's a child out there in the world that is breathing and living and playing, that you gave a better life to. That's family planning.
Or come out, Dave, and as Planned Parenthood come out, they could come out and say, "Yep, we're going to harvest
Yes.
your baby's organs, and we're going to sell them and make money off them."
Yeah, be truthful about it, right? Like, tell them,
Yeah,
okay, here are your options. Okay, you can go to term, and and give your baby up for adoption, or you go to term, you have your child, and we'll help you because we've got social programs that support single mothers. We've got this and that. Or you can come in here. We will, kill your baby in utero, pull them out, and we will sell the baby parts, or we will birth the baby alive, depending on the trimester, and we are going to sell. And by the way, here's what we get for a heart. This is what we get for a lung. This is what we get for legs. It's like, but some people don't even want to have that conversation because I can't, fathom that. I can't fathom. Some people don't want to have the adrenochrome conversation because they can't fathom it. It's like, who can't fathom it are the people that are experiencing it, the children that are innocent, that we have a responsibility to bring into this world and to nurture. And we're asleep at the wheel here, folks, and we're running over kids because we're asleep. And by the way, don't come on here saying, I need some arrests. I need this. I need that. I don't care about what you need. Okay? I don't care about your needs. What you need to do is pay attention to what we're saying. And if it doesn't jive with you, go somewhere else and find out what they're saying. Okay? And maybe follow that. But the bottom line is, this isn't about you. This isn't about me. This isn't about your comfort level. It's not about my comfort level. Todd, Cindy's, Kellyanne, Barb, Beth, all the people, Barbara, Eric, that are working their tail off to support this system and this information. This isn't about us. This is about something much bigger. We are in a war here. Don't show up weak to a war. Don't show up needy. Yes, we're here to support each other. No question about it. But don't rely on this for your support. The whole idea about this is so that we're all free thinkers and we're all learning how we can live without anybody else. How we can be a soul on this planet. And be okay with that. And everything else is gravy. Everything else is uplifting. But we're intact. We're doing it ourselves. We're standing on our own 2 feet, and we're standing powerfully. And because we're standing powerfully, we are there for those who are much weaker than us, much more innocent than us, that we have let down. This isn't about what you need. This isn't about what I need. This is about something much bigger than all of us. And that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. We're not making any money, people. You know what I need? I need some money. You know what Todd needs? Needs some money. You know what Kellyanne needs? New car. Okay? We're not getting that. You know who's got a great car? Tucker Carlson. You know who's got a great home, actually owns their home, unlike me? Sean Hannity. Several, I'm sure. You know who's got a lot of money? Rachel Maddow, Don Lemon. That's the system. And we've got to break away from that system, and we need to support each other. Because we are the news now. We are the new source of information that we can trust but verify. This is something much bigger than us. So it's all good. We need to breathe. Yes, Angeline, thank you. We need to breathe. Absolutely. Yeah, Patricia, no one's going to take your joy away. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, Christy, the group is a great place for newbies if they will just read the information gathered. And let me be clear, I want somebody fresh in the awakening process. That's why we do this, is so that we can, help you through this. This isn't just about, when I say this isn't about what you need, I understand that this is a support group. I understand that there are people that just do need some guidance. They do need some help. So I'm not putting down anybody that needs, comes here for that. But we have to always remember that there's people worse off than we are, far worse off than we are. And we need to do what we can to bring that awakening so that we can help those people. I love you, but sometimes, we need a kick in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's, and I can remember when I was awakening and I wasn't to where I am now, where I
Yeah.
kind of still questioned everything and all the facts didn't make sense and I was confused and,
Yeah.
so I can't expect everybody to be to that, to the
Right.
understanding level, so I kind of give people leeway and I do answer a lot and help, when I can. And I'm usually not, I'm not going to berate somebody because they're scared.
No, no.
You know.
You mean like I just did? Yeah, you're a horse's ass, man. You throw me under the bus here. Yeah, there you go. You guys can help us out here. There we go.
Please
I'm
support
not gonna.
us.
Hey guys, I'm not as big of an asshole as Dave. So, you know.
Hey, put my PayPal up. Come to me. I'll give you a hug.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, you have good points. I mean, it's we just have to recognize the levels that people are at because as the show grows, not everybody's been listening to us for 9 months or a year.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah.
so it's frustrating for us because we feel like everybody should know, but it's like trying to tell a secret that is true.
Yeah.
But you can't get anybody to listen. It's like screaming and everybody has their ears covered and they're going, "No, I don't want to hear the truth."
Todd, I'm sorry I missed that. What were you saying?
Did you have earmuffs on? It's frustrating on our end too.
Yeah.
I mean, because we're doing everything we can actually to help you not be in the place that the cabal is trying to put you.
And not be reactive. Yeah. Absolutely.
Fear and state of, waking up tomorrow and looking at some news and going, "Oh my God, Trump conceded." I saw that going around today because they were going to give him a room somewhere to play cards or something. I don't know what he was going to do. Did you see that?
Yeah. What was it? What was the deal on that?
About the transition team, about the woman in charge of that she was getting death threats because she wasn't starting the transition and she was going to cost thousands of lives because COVID's going to go rampant.
Oh, yeah, of course.
If Joe doesn't get in the office right now, it's like
it's unbelievable.
You just, Joe's asleep in the basement.
Yeah, yeah.
So don't worry about Joe.
Joe's on life support.
Joe's shot. He's shot.
Yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
that. Joe's shot.
Exactly. Exactly.
How many times did he have to tell you? How many times do we have to tell you that the guy that you're seeing on TV
Yeah.
is not even him?
Yeah. Exactly.
It's not even him.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And that's why I laugh when I see Sidney Powell is fired. And that's why,
Right.
and Trump's conceding. I'm like, oh yeah, they did all this work. The plan started in 1951. They've done all this work, and they
Yeah.
get to this point, and they go,
And Trump's
well,
going to concede.
that's it. They
Yeah.
stole the election from us, just like we knew they were gonna do, and
Yep.
we're gonna give. Here you go, guys. Good job. Well,
Yep.
shake hands. We'll try again in another 1,000 years, because that's how long it would take to get another chance to win an election.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's really.
Yeah.
I wonder, just like everybody else, how it's going to go. I don't have all the answers, but I just know this: they're not giving back power. You can bank on that.
Exactly. So, yeah, we're there. Where would you like to go with? I've got some. I think that some of the drops. The
Yeah,
deltas are
look,
very
the
interesting.
deltas were good.
Yeah,
Yep. Um,
I've got
was
one.
it? What is it? Today's?
Today's deltas and tomorrow.
Yeah,
Tomorrow's are good.
tomorrow's deltas are actually really good.
Yeah, I want to do a couple on today's, and then why don't we go to tomorrow's? Um, and quite honestly, this is I'm not sure exactly where we're at with this, but hold on one sec. Let me do this.
Cindy and I are reading ahead. We went all the way to November 30th.
Is that right?
Oh well,
Yeah,
I was like the kid that couldn't wait till Christmas, so I'd like
exactly.
peel my presents open just enough to see it, and I could put the presents back together.
Right.
Yeah, so I had to do that.
Nice.
Cindy and I did that.
Well, fortunately, 17 hid the presents, but you know how to find them. You got the combination.
Well, he they're not going to tell us exactly, but
Um,
I think there's some good stuff coming.
so, so on the 3-year delta, on today, uh, the November 23rd, 2017. I want to go to why did Barack Obama scuttle the shuttle program? What is SpaceX? Expand your thinking. Now, what are any thoughts on that, just off the top of your head? And Snedheads, go ahead and chime in as well, if you would.
Well, my thought on that, Dave, has always been the same thought I had on the space program in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Was the United States, they were trying to weaken the United States in all aspects.
Uh-huh.
Easier to take over a country that doesn't have a space program, that doesn't have any technology that's above yours.
Right.
And a lot easier if they don't have a powerful military. So it all kind of ties together.
Yeah.
Technologically, that would have put China in the lead.
Yep.
Because they were running their own space program. So, to me, it just looked like a way to weaken America, just like all of the, it's like weakening the borders and flooding it with illegals and ruining us financially.
Right.
They tried to ruin us in every aspect. And so SpaceX, NASA was just, the next one of the cogs that they wanted to jam up.
Yeah,
That's the way I look at it.
and I think too, it has to do with you know, you mentioned China. That's a good point, and that is that you know, here you have China that is what are they doing to space? Do you think they would use space to dominate us from a not just a, you know, winning the race to space kind of deal, but to be able to spy on us? And what is SpaceX doing? Right?
Spy or weapons,
Yeah,
space,
and they had the weapons.
the EMP.
They have the lasers.
Yep.
We went over. They have the ability to expand the intensity on a laser to turn it into a weapon. We went over that months ago.
Well, there's
And
video too.
the video, yeah. And so what is it? What does SpaceX expand your thinking? So you see that we already know that billions came from China. We already know that Hillary Clinton was giving secrets to China through her Gmail. We already know that Dianne Feinstein has the driver who's a Chinese Communist Party spy of 20 years. We already know that all these people are taking money and funneling money back through. Gavin Newsom, we were just talking about. Kemp, we were just talking about. Because they're subverting our country because they can't conquer it in a real war, but they can infiltrate and get us from within. And so I think that's very important. Also, this first one, RISV Traverse Management, very important that was dropped. And Neon Revolt talks about about how this company is a CIA owned company, okay, and this is a CIA front, okay, and these are the kind of organizations that are getting funding from the Chinese Communist Party and also from the CIA because they're working together, okay, and so so that's basically just a few things. Rizvi was the one who helped take Hugh Hefner's Playboy private. Remember this. What if HH was a clown in America, which we believe here on the broadcast that he was a part of the getting, you know, actors, getting people of power in compromising situations, filming them like Epstein, etc. Okay. And 17 asks us about that. Okay. Hugh invites over celeb politician, something younger, offers him a safe place to do it in, tapes the encounter, sends tape to CIA. CIA has a person by the balls for life. This is majorly important to what has been keeping people in control for so long. 17 has told us this is how it's done. How is blackmail done? Okay. Rizvi also has deep ties to Hollywood, at one point owning a studio, Summit Entertainment, behind the Twilight series. How huge was the Twilight series, folks? Right? And wasn't the Twilight series, wasn't that vampires?
Yes.
Okay. So they're literally throwing vampires in our face and making vampires sexy, making themselves sexy because they drink the blood of children.
Exactly.
And they own a talent agency. They were bought out by Lionsgate. And who's the founder of Lionsgate? Frank Dristra, one of the largest Clinton Foundation donors and a good pal of Bill, who also went to Haiti with Bill and started the shady Haiti Development Fund. Okay, which, as we know, was a perfect opportunity to chase down and look at the guy who committed suicide supposedly in you know, Century City, who was married to Liz Hurley. You know, and he was Steve Bing. He was good friends with Bill. He was good friends with these people. And one of the guys who also had a plane that they called, you know, did nasty things on. Okay, this is how this is played. The Clinton Foundation's $20 million off-the-books mystery. We have Rizvi linked to Hefner, Hollywood, Gistra, and Clinton's. Both Gistra as a topic for the day. Dig through Rizvi's past, and you will find he started an electronics company in Puerto Rico, sold that, and went on to start Rizvi Traverse, where he invested in Twitter, Square, another Dorsey company, etc. Okay? So keep in mind Puerto Rico's proximity to Caribbean islands like Richard Branson's Necker, Epstein's Little St. James. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and 17 points us in this direction, folks. Okay? This is... much has been written about Epstein's Island, but what about Branson's Island? So this tells us quite a bit. By the way, Branson's a huge chess player. And how many times has 17 said, want to play a game? Here's a huge chessboard on Branson's Island. My friends actually played with him there. He's not a good loser. He's not a good loser. So this was 3 years ago today. Okay? And what did Lynn Wood say today? About Epstein, about Maxwell, about pedophilia. Look at this paradise, folks. Okay? This is where this kind of stuff is done. It's tragic. It's tragic, but that's the reality of it all. Okay? This can lure people into here, and then what happens from there, nobody knows. I'm glad I never went to this island. I was invited for a measly 10 grand. What occurs in a temple? Worship. How about a nice game of chess? How about a nice game of chess? How about a nice game of chess? What is a temple? What occurs in a temple? And Branson's Necker has a temple as well. So nice dig here by Neon Revolt, who does some nice work, folks, and that's all from the Delta from 3 years ago. By the way, then North Korea, SpaceX, interesting connection there. Yeah.
I mean, North Korea was a clown show.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's over.
Exactly.
You know, when Trump went to North Korea, he wasn't there to say hi. He was there to free Kim Jong-un. Did you see the smile on that young man's face?
Which one?
Kim.
When?
Kim Jong-un. When Trump met him at his when Trump actually stepped into North Korea.
Yeah, he was fired up, man.
He was there to save his ass.
Yeah. Absolutely. And he knew it, and he knew it, and he knew it. And yeah, he was happy to see him. He loves Trump. He loves Trump. By the way, people have been asking what's up with Elon Musk, and it says, holy shit, all the president's past tweets making that reference. Musk, you magnificent bastard. Q read your book. And then Q says, do you believe in coincidences?
Yep.
So There's a connection. The world cannot swallow the truth. What is Facebook? Spying tool? Who created it? Who really created it? Nothing is what it seems. Folks, do you see this CIA theme here? Focus on his wife. Okay? Now, when he says focus on his wife, I don't think he's talking about Musk. I think he's talking about Zuckerberg's wife, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. She's a Chinese asset, I believe.
Yeah. This is Zuckerberg's wife. This is her here. Right there. Pretty lady. Ugly dude. Alien. By the way, this does not look like, this looks a while ago, and it does not look like the guy we've been watching on these videos, folks. Okay?
No.
And, yeah, Priscilla Chan. Priscilla Chan. Okay? But, so, focus on his wife. Keyhole, happy hunting. This is all CIA. CIA had Keyhole, which is where you could go anywhere on the planet and see a license plate, okay, in real time, that they turned into Google Earth to make you think that you had the technology that exists. You don't. You don't. Google Earth is fun. You can go to places, but the picture was taken years ago. They can go there in real time. Clowns in America, Keyhole, all interrelated. Q, is it this here? And I don't know what that link is. If anybody knows, please let us know. The castle runs red. Yes, Godspeed. Reminder, unclassified setting, monitored and analyzed in real time. Future answers past. We normally hear future proves past. What news broke? American contractors where? Hanging from feet. That's in Saudi Arabia. Reread dumps. Why is this relevant? News unlocks maps. Expand your thinking. As in QTEL, Painter's work focused on identifying, researching, and evaluating new startup technology firms that were believed to offer tremendous value to the CIA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Indeed, the NGA had confirmed that its intelligence obtained via Keyhole was used by the NSA to support U.S. operations in Iraq from 2003 onward. Folks, they've been doing this for a long time. A former U.S. Army Special Operations Intelligence officer, Painter's new job at Google as of July 2005 was federal manager of what Keyhole was to become, Google Earth Enterprise. By 2007, Painter had become Google's federal chief technologist. TK refers to talent Keyhole code names for imagery from reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites. Again, we don't have the real technology. They do. Who is Betsy D? Of course, referencing Betsy DeVos. Why is she relevant? Expand your thinking. Okay? Well, as we've talked about Betsy DeVos, her brother was Eric Prince, who was the head of Blackwater, who did tremendous work and some really sketchy work in the Iraq War, and was basically, they were even under trial for, some of the things they did to people while at war, and but definitely some key intel there. Through that family. Her husband, Richard DeVos, if you guys don't know, started Amway. And that's where they made their billions off people, selling and buying things. She's also a pediatrician, Priscilla Chan. Zuckerberg's wife. And they've formed the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. And make no mistake about that, folks, what you will find, and this is why this is so important that we're seeing these drops on November 23rd, given what we know about the election, is that Priscilla Chan and Mark Zuckerberg donated hundreds of millions of dollars to buy these Dominion smart tech voting machines so they could take over these elections.
And also paid the individuals like $400 more a day out of their own to get the right people in there to do the stuff.
Right. They needed their assets on the ground.
Yeah, they gave people, instead of, they were supposed to get $300 a day, they got $700.
Now,
but they also had to do questionable things for that extra $400.
right, right. How many people do you guys know that would do questionable things for an extra $400 a day? A lot of people out there are desperate. A lot of people out there need money. And you know who they are? They're people that are already morally compromised. They're already addicted to drugs. They're already felons. They've already proven that they can be trusted to break the law and keep quiet about it. That's who they recruit.
Well, I don't know about the quiet part, Dave. I think that if you can be lured away by a little bit of money, what would a lot of money and your freedom give
Yep.
motivate you to say?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so they're giving a lot of money away. Where has that money been tracked? I know the machines were in Georgia so far. That's a big one for that the Zuckerbergs donated. Do you know where else?
Detroit.
Detroit. Yeah. Yeah.
There's no honor among thieves, Dave.
No.
You know, and they know it, and that's why there's panic there also, because I don't think that they imagined that Trump would win by as much as he did.
Well, that's what broke the algorithm. Right. I mean, Trump and patriots, you and me, we broke their algorithm. We broke the internet, if you will, by voting for President Donald John Trump. We broke the internet, folks. Okay. Yeah. So
the internet that the voting machines weren't supposed to be hooked to begin with.
Exactly. Right. We would have broke the intranet, but they went on the internet because they had to manipulate it in real time. Think about that. Why would you need it to be on the internet unless you needed to have some sort of control in real time? Okay. If I did this show, Todd, and went to a hard drive, and then Eric put on some bells and whistles, and we sent it out, and you guys are all watching this tape delay like most are, all the ones they edit and then put out a finished product, and we wanted to change something, we wouldn't be able to do it. But if I wanted to hang up on you right now, I could. Even if I don't want to hang up on you, I probably will, given the fact that I'm inept technologically. I've done it. Yes, I've done it.
Hey, Dave.
So listen, this is great. Go ahead.
That line that you were talking about the magnificent bastard, that was Travis Finnerty reminded me, but that George S. Patton was one of my favorite heroes.
Yeah.
And coming back from, I don't know how many times I've seen that movie in my life, and
Yeah.
even when I was a little kid, I just loved that movie for some reason. I really looked up to George S. Patton, and he says, that's a quote from George S. Patton talking about Erwin Rommel, the Desert Fox.
Yeah.
And he said, Rommel, you magnificent bastard, I read your book. See, Erwin
Yeah.
Rommel
Yeah.
was a genius when it came to tank warfare, and they called him. His nickname was the Desert Fox.
Right.
And then you continue to the comparison and saying that Trump could be George S. Patton reincarnated.
A lot of similarities there. Right.
It's amazing if you put a helmet on Trump and you could imagine him dressed up as a general.
Mm-hmm.
He looks a lot like him.
And here, my friends, I've shared this with you before. This is General George S. Patton. Let me take down the, hold on, let me do this. And
Dave, there was also a similarity to Red October, where the American agent read the Russians' submarine warfare book.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. By the way, Patton is taking a piss right here in the Rhine River.
In the Rhine?
Yeah, he said,
Yeah.
when I get to Germany, I'm going to piss in the Rhine. And that's literally, these guys are lining up to take a picture of Patton pissing in the Rhine. And this was given to me by an old friend who actually was in that battalion, in Patton's battalion. It's an original photo. Yeah, that's exactly right. So the Red October, he actually did read the book of this great Russian, submarine captain, right? And that's how Paul Ryan knew everything about him.
Yeah, and that's why he said he was gonna go right or whatever when they were. And he said, "Are you guessing or do you know?" And he said, "Well, I read his book,
Mm-hmm.
The Crazy Ivan, the submarine move."
Yeah, what was the
Yeah,
Crazy Ivan?
the Crazy Ivan was it was at a certain time, I believe, they had to like take a hard left or a hard right on the hour to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that nobody was following them
Right.
silently. So they did what they called a Crazy Ivan, and that was just like, they maybe had on a certain heading, and then all of a sudden, if it at 10 o'clock a.m. they would just make just a direct hard right, and that was in order to turn around to see if anybody was following them.
Mm. Wow, that's awesome.
Yep.
So the let's jump to 24.
Well, who else wrote a book, Dave?
Trump,
The Art of the Deal.
Art of the Deal, on how to negotiate.
So you're kind of looking at a lot of these people are, they're connecting everyone, like, Patton to Trump, and Red October to Patton.
Mm-hmm.
It all kind of ties together really nicely if you look at it from like I said, that 40,000-foot view.
Right. Right. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, you got You got some major players here in world history that are being mentioned: Musk, Q, Patton, Trump. I mean, really key human beings at this point in our time. JFK, who, by the way,
Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War, know your enemy, and divide your enemy. There's, we were talking about, speaking of enemy, we were talking about DeVos and her brother Eric Prince, um, and the history of the DeVosses with Amway and the whole bit. But this is the 24th 3-year delta for tomorrow, and we're going to, and it comes right back to Betsy DeVos, Eric Prince, and POTUS. And if you look at Eric Prince, this is Blackwater. Notorious mercenary Eric Prince is advising Trump from the shadows. Blackwater founder Eric Prince wants Trump to revive the CIA's Phoenix assassination program. Did you dig into that, and what are your thoughts on this with the
Well,
deltas?
there's a total there's a theory, and this is just a theory, that when Trump took office, he needed to have his own information network, and the Blackwater basically terrorist hunting organization was still out there and semi active, and they knew. I don't know. I can't verify all this, but the story is that Trump actually used these assets, and actually got funding to keep his own basically private 3-letter agency funded through him personally, answering to him personally, and the Q team, in order to protect him from possible blowback from the 3-letter
Right.
agencies.
Right. You mean
which makes a lot of sense. The spies were spying on the spies.
Yeah, yeah. If you've got it makes sense, Todd, because when you've got somebody like Schumer saying the intelligence agencies have 6 ways a Sunday of getting back at you, and he's talking about President Trump, like literally he was talking about, you got to be careful what you say about these agencies.
That was a threat.
That was a threat. So, do you go into this situation without any offense, Todd?
I don't see how you don't have that guarantee.
Yeah.
In fact, they said that they had private meetings with private funders who, there's only a few know about that, and that's why it's not easy for somebody like me to verify.
Right.
But when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense that you would need, and then you would need that protection, because who would you trust if it were just Donald Trump, okay, winning this freak election?
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have lasted the first 30 days.
No, and they know how infiltrated they are. JFK was assassinated. They tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, and they know how it works. Why? Because it's the military intelligence group that got Trump to run in the first place.
No doubt.
And they already knew how that. And here Prince has long fantasized that he is the rightful heir to the legacy of Wild Bill Donovan and his Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA. By the way, Office of Strategic Services, OSS.
Yeah, isn't that great?
This is the Fourth Reich, folks. The Third Reich never died. It just changed flags.
Yep.
After 9/11, Prince worked with the CIA on a secret assassination program, in addition to offering former SEALs and other retired special operators to the State Department and other agencies for personal security. Do you think that he might be involved in President Trump's personal security? His sister is his director of education on his cabinet.
Yeah.
You know, yeah,
That makes total sense to me. And if you look at this in a historical sense, also, Patton was always wanting to have another war. I mean, that's what
he thrived on
that's
war.
what, yeah, without a war, he was just going to go away somewhere and die.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
Without that battle for the warrior, the way he was wired
yeah.
was, basically his life would have been over. He would have been put out to pasture, and
Well, he
he
was.
didn't
He
want that.
was.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
was.
it kind of.
Why? Because he spoke meanly. Do you remember?
Oh yeah. Well,
He
who speaks mean? Who speaks meanly now?
exactly. And it's too much.
Who's,
It's too much for
who
people.
tells who tells the truth?
It was too much for people to hear Patton tell a wounded soldier to stop feeling sorry for himself. That was post-war. Patton wasn't made for post-war. Patton was made for war, and there was nobody better. And you know, same thing. I mean, yeah, it's just they're
It just,
yeah.
it just correlates that there's got to be some connection to Patton and Trump.
Yeah, it does sound pretty awesome. You know, I like the connection. I wonder if we can find a. Let me see if we can find a. Um,
The number of days between the death of Patton and the birth of President Trump was significant in numbers too.
Interesting. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask me that. I was going to try to figure that out, but I remember hearing the story. I don't know where from, but it was a very significant number, and it was a biblical number, from the time of George S. Patton's death to the birth of President Trump. Gosh.
The strange and shocking similarities between Donald Trump and General Patton. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's a they get into that, but you guys ought to check that out. You guys ought to look into that deeper. We want to go to the drops. So who knows? We'll go back to the 24th, by the way. The who knows where the bodies are buried? The map is in front of you. Reread, expand your thinking. Purpose for time being spent here. Speaking of generals, Flynn has often been, mentioned as who knows where the bodies are buried. And then, did you have any more on that? Did you want to go any deeper? They retweet that or repost that, right?
Well, yeah, General Flynn, coming from the agency he was in, and then then moving into the Trump administration just couldn't happen for the Obama administration. because he just knew too much.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
why they took him out. I mean, if for anybody that doesn't know that,
Right.
he was a national security advisor. And so he knows everything.
And he's a patriot. So they knew he was dangerous.
Exactly.
He
wasn't playing ball. So
right. That's why they went after him, and that's why they unmasked him en masse, by the way, multiple unmasking. Who knows where the bodies are buried? The ones who put the bodies there. Blackwater was used in a shit ton of shady ops by the U.S. government back when it was under cabal control, and as a proper PMC, they got it all. They've got it all kept on the books. Proper PMC. I don't know. I think it's a military term. Books which the POTUS just got access to. This was November 24th, 2017, folks. Okay. Let me take you there with me. Expand further. Make the connection. MAP currently has 43 confirmed connections. Important to understand. When this breaks, many won't swallow. MSM, not trusted. You are the voice. We are here to help guide. Future proves past. You are the calm before and during the storm. I did not read ahead. I did not look at today's 3-year deltas, and I did not look at tomorrow's 3-year deltas. So when I came on and told you what I was compelled to say today, I had not read any of this. Since for probably, I mean, we've probably gone back a few times over the several months.
What's amazing is how many times we get, when I do the timestamp deltas for the tweets and the timestamp differential deltas.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many times maybe a week later we'll get pointed to that same drop.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to say, well, if you missed it this route, you're going to get it this route.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've been here recently, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think it was within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And that's been happening with these the 1 year and 1 year and 2 year and 3 year deltas, the day delta.
Yeah.
It's like, it's amazing that they'll have a tweet that pushes you back to that, and then 3 days later it'll be a delta.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, okay, I got it.
We're getting a lot of that. What do you make of this next one? 226, November 24th, 2017. Yes 1, yes 2, yes 3, caret, CDVT 089BT AD conference. Godspeed. Looks like code.
It sounds like a military operation, or it sounds like something, maybe they're checking satellites or comms.
Right.
When it gets like that, I'm not ex-military or anything like that, so I really don't. I haven't really ever spent the time to find out what their terms, what those are actually for. I I let the ones go that I don't get, and I dive into the ones that I do.
Yeah. A search pulls up.
Kind of the way I look at information, Dave, and I don't know if you do this too, is I see so much that I try to take what I get and put the pieces together and not try to diagnose every piece.
It's more like we just follow a trail. You can't, when you're following a trail, at each point, you could go off in 10 different directions. But you're kind of tracking a trail, right? And if you go off in 10 different directions, like some of my monologues, you might get lost.
Well, and like the timestamp deltas that lead to deltas off of those deltas.
Right.
And I've done that. And then you mirror them. and then it still keeps going and it's talking about the same subject. That's when you know you're in the right area.
Yeah.
I didn't take the time to do any of those mirrored timestamps on any of these, and but I just figure I'm kind of getting the idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no matter how far you dig, it's not going to tell you, hey, we're going to do this on this day. They're just not going to give you the plan.
No. And here's the thing: what we've been talking about tonight is, folks, you don't need to know it all. You just need to know it.
Right.
And know it, like really know it in your being. Like, we're good. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And here's the thing: you can come at me with, like Eric shared this video about the vaccine and how they're gonna, implant it in us, and the hydrogel from Gates and 0606. And I've talked to you all about this. I'm not worried about that at all.
Me neither.
Why? They never got our guns, people. They tried like hell. Operation Fast and Furious, the false flags were through the roof. Look at what happened in Australia. Look what happened in Canada just recently. Okay? They're coming after the guns. Look what Biden's talking about. Biden's talking about you can't buy them online. You can't buy guns online. You can't buy ammo. They're going to tax ammo. They're going to take away your AR-15s. Why? Because it's the most efficient rifle on the planet. And they don't want us with efficient, rifles, because that puts us on even par with their efficient rifles. Yeah, they've got missiles. Yeah, they've got bombs, meaning our military, our government. But they don't have 190 million gun owners. They don't. We do. They never got our guns. They never got our ARs, okay? And they never took us out, and they can't take us out. Don't you think if they could take us out, don't you think China would have tried that by now? Think about it. China's got 1 billion, I don't know how many, they've got like 2 million, 2 million soldiers or something like that. We've got 2 million soldiers in 3 states with hunting licenses. Do you see that? It's not even close. We've got 30 million veterans of the United States Armed Forces. We've got retired police officers. We've got police officers. We've got oath keepers, police officers that are keeping their oath to the Constitution. We've got hunters. We've got people that are just, gun enthusiasts. We've got people that are well trained. We've got concealed carry permit holders across this United States of America. They never got our guns. They can't do shit to us unless we allow it to happen. And we're putting up with this mask bullshit. But look at how many people voted for Donald Trump. Over 80 million. My guess, between 82 and 84 million people in the United States, more than any person ever in the history of our U.S. elections. Donald Trump got more votes. And they're about to unleash the proof that shows that not only did he get those votes, but the only way that this lame dick president-elect Hunter Biden, father, piece of shit, could get across the finish line of this election as if they cheated their asses off, which is exactly what they did. And they've been planning it for a long time. And they've perfected it with Hugo Chavez being elected. They've perfected it with Maduro being elected. They've perfected it in Brazilian elections. They've perfected it in 2016, and then more so in 2018. And now in 2020, they took it to a whole nother level. They've got every single financial backing that you could possibly imagine, from Hollywood, from big tech, from politicians, from big industry. They've got more financial backing from George Soros than you can possibly shake a stick at. Why? Because they are spending money so that they don't go to prison or aren't executed. That's motivation. These people aren't that philanthropic, okay? Zuckerberg doesn't give a rat's ass about a fair election. He gives a rat's ass about whether or not he goes to prison or not. And under a Trump presidency, that's going to happen. So they're not coming after us. They're not going to do shit to us.
Well, that's a lot of fear porn too, Dave, because they know how important it is that we vibrate low.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not vibrating low.
There's no way. That's why I laugh when I see funny, when I see news like that. I'm like, that's hilarious. Like I talked about earlier, or Trump is giving in because he's going to let Biden put a desk in a room or something. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, he's done. He's just going to hand it over.
Yeah.
Military planning at its best.
Look at this, dude. Look at the sheer propaganda. Oh, it's going to cost lives if Trump doesn't offer a smooth transition.
Thousands, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just it's laughable, folks. It's laughable.
Remember, he's shot. He's
shot. Has anybody been executed? Yeah, I think so. Transition to Godspeed. Okay, so I think you're right. I think this is a military comm because it says Godspeed, right?
Yep.
And that's something you would say to the military. Let's check this out. Let's check out this beautiful picture, folks. And what you'll see here is you'll see, I'm going to try to make this bigger, and it's not cooperating with me. There we go. Okay, there we go. So this is President Bill Clinton, obviously. And if you haven't seen Clinton Chronicles, which was made before he became president of the United States, I recommend that. If you haven't seen Clinton Cash, about the Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative, made by Peter Schweitzer, I recommend that. This man is one of the worst human beings on the planet. This man is Kim Jong-un's father, Kim Jong-il, and he is the dictator of North Korea. Okay, it no longer, obviously, he's dead now. Okay, this is John Podesta. This is John Pedo Podesta. Okay, that had significant proof in emails that this guy is going after children and having sex and raping children. This guy is about as creepy as you can get. This guy is a horrendous human being. Now, these other dudes, not sure. I think this might be... No, I don't think this is his daughter. I may be mistaken. Do you guys know? These cats, I don't know who this is. Is that Google? Is that Schmidt? Who are these cats? Do you guys know these people? Can somebody see if they can find a picture of this? This is JPEG. Let's see. It might even say, I mean, in the Q map, the old Q map, that this was. But Todd, what does 17 always tell us about what might be behind these folks?
Well, I mean, obviously, there's the ties to the three-letter agencies. There's the, you know, the three-letter agencies didn't just start taking over North Korea when Kim Jong Un took over.
Mm-hmm. No.
No, that was a big money laundering and actually counterfeiting operation. They were making perfect money. They're
Yeah.
literally printing their own money.
Yeah.
And you know, the whole system knew it, and that's why North Korea is so cut off from the world.
Yeah.
You know, you can't get any communications from North Korea in or out because that's the perfect place to do some nefarious shit.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's a nice quiet place, right?
Yep. Except the seas behind them are a little calamitous. Watch the water. Watch the water. Yeah. What we're gonna
Yeah,
find
it's
out
behind.
about this particular country is going to blow people's minds. No question about it. And the other picture, I can't remember which post it is, but can you guys drop me the watch the water when the water is calm? And yeah. Hey, I know you went to November 25th.
Yeah.
What stood out to you there?
Like I said, we went all the way to the 30th. Let me see. Oh, there's one that I wanted to bring up before that. It's a Dan Scavino posted a tweet. He pinned it. It's his
Okay.
pinned tweet.
Okay.
Check that number out.
All right. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Back's bothering me. I had to move some furniture today. Everyone gearing up for Thanksgiving? You guys do anything special?
Nope, we're just laying low this year. Don't
Yeah.
want to, and it's fine with me because actually, we'll see everybody Christmas because I think a lot of this will be done by Christmas, or
Yeah.
or at least I'm not saying done, but people will be more aware and in a better spot
Yeah.
by Christmas.
By the way, folks, because of my setup, I haven't been able to see much of the chat. But so my apologies if I haven't seen much of you. Robert Linwood on Twitter. Robert is saying he's blown up. Let's check out Scavino. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see the. Let me get to pare down here. Scavino. Is it his official or personal? Official, right? Scavino 45. Oh, I just popped my jaw. 800. By the way, 805,000 followers. This is he pinned October 26th. Is that the one you're talking about? The video?
Is it? What time was it posted? Was it pinned?
1:17. No, that's the time. The duration. It's a video.
It should be 11:31.
11:41. 11:41.
11:31, wasn't it?
Is it start out with the White House? Is it video of the White House?
I don't have it pulled up. I don't have a device with the Twitter on it right now. But it should have been at 12:31 Eastern.
Okay, let me pull up another one then. But these are all 3:51 or 6:51. What am I missing here? Am I
just gone to Dan? I've always just put Dan Scavino in. I never went to like a business or a personal.
It's Scavino Jr. And but what is the actual tweet?
Like I said, I can't pull it up.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I was on the wrong one. So I follow his personal one. Okay. And here we go. This was, what the hell? My whole screen just turned green.
Green screen.
Green screen. Green means go, and then the next picture up is literally a green arrow light. Okay. Whoa. Is this the march? Holy cow. Hold on. Is this the march with the black woman being interviewed?
Oh, I believe so. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Now, let me see.
Yeah, they interviewed. It's 2 minutes. That's a great video.
Now, I got to see if I can get the sound going. Let me see. I got to hold on. All right, I got to put you on pause here. Hold on. Let's try this.
The Democratic Party, I've been a Democrat for years. Before my transition, before my awakening into the Republican Party, it's all lies. They're lying to themselves. They don't even know who they are.
The Democrat Party, they're devilish, they're crazy, they're sick people, and they need help. And all I can do is pray for them, that's it. I don't spread hate, I spread love.
They're so hateful, they're just so blinded by their hate, and they're so upsetting to me.
I mean, come on. People are realizing, because when you go to these Democratic cities, they're trash, right? And then what do people do? They move to red cities and try to make them trash. Sooner or later, people are going to realize what's going on.
He reached out to my community so much, and because of fake media, they try to alienate him like he's this racist, he's this, he's this, that, when that city is dominated by blacks, the legislation and everything. So now it's just like, how you gonna blame my president? He's the president of the United States, and that man reached out more than any other. He damn sure outshone Barack. Barack ain't give a damn about my community.
Just feel like the media is out to get this guy, and so he's told us the truth. We've seen what his plans are for the future, and so I'm 100% behind Donald Trump.
I would tell the Democratic Party, start with God, all right? Start with God first. Get into your word, find yourself, love yourself, and then you'll be able to reach out to all of humanity. Because at this point, you're nothing except being divisive, being negative, and you're literally doing nothing but bringing more harm to our country.
President Donald Trump made promises, and he kept those promises.
That was awesome. That was a great find, Todd. That was awesome, man. Hold on. You with me?
Yep.
That was awesome. That
yeah,
was
and
awesome.
what's even better is the timestamp
Aha. All righty. So let me look. It's 9:31. Now 9:31, 10:31, 11:31 your time. Is that the
And 12:31 Eastern.
Okay, so let's go. Where do you want me to go first, Mr. Timestamp?
12:31.
So we're going to 17 drop 12:31 and hit, and away we go. We are going on a magic carpet ride with Mr. Tesla. 12:31 April 21st, 2018. What will next week hold? Moab, mother of all bombs. Bombs.
Yeah, I like that one.
Boom. Boom.
Straight to the point.
Boom. Chuckalaka. Boom.
See, there's a time frame that's squeezing in now.
Yeah.
We've never had this before. You know, because this can't just go on and on and on from now on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's zeroing in.
That's what, you know, no matter what, even if we went all the way to January 20th, that's still a short period of time.
Yeah.
But something between now and I believe December 15th
Yeah.
is going to be just massive.
Yeah.
And Scavino's saying through 17 that it could be. Now, I think he pinned this yesterday, or well, it was 24 hours ago, so it was this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's as it being Monday morning early, you know, not exact. Well, it was early this morning, right?
It was, I'll tell you exactly, it was PM yesterday. Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, yes.
And
so he's describing what will happen this week.
Yes.
This next week. We're in the next week because he was referring to it on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We're in this week, so this week something is going to happen, something big.
And the next one, 11:31, which is your time frame, your Central Standard, drop after testimony. Are you learning yet? Drop after testimony. What do you think that is? Do you think it's...
Well, we had, we had the Twitter and Google and Facebook idiots again.
Yeah.
And we also had, who was the guy that they interviewed last week? Damn it. McCabe.
Oh, and Andy McCabe. Yeah. Yeah.
So drop after testimony. Are you learning yet? It could be any one of those testimonies.
Yeah. Or it could be a testimony we haven't heard yet.
Yep.
And it could even be bigger than those.
Yeah, like say Maxwell.
Yeah. Yep.
Because people forget, Trump could come at this from any one of many options he's got. He could nail Hunter and Joe to the wall for their Chinese involvement, their Ukrainian involvement. All that could come out. He could get them on election interference. He could get them on all of the above.
Yeah.
There's so many crimes that he could get them on. It's like, pick one.
Yeah.
And I'm saying all of the above.
Mm-hmm.
But
The first one, I don't know. I mean, he could take him out before it matters what Georgia says. You know,
He could take him out. What?
he could take him out before it matters what Georgia or Pennsylvania or Michigan says.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And that he could take the whole party out, and then what are they going to do?
Exactly. By the way, I went to 1031. I went to Mountain Time, and April 6, 2018, the deadly Thunderbirds crash marks fourth military aircraft incident this week. Coincidence or silent war? Pray, night, 2Q. And then, of course, we've been hearing from your guy. I don't know if you checked him out over the weekend or today. Monkey Works about all the military flights in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
1, 3, 2, 1. I'm doing the mirror. 1, 3, 2, 1. It says trip update.
Oh boy. Think mirror. So instead of 1231, folks, we're going to 1321. Trip update. Trip update.
And trip is in all caps, just like Moab.
Right.
Yeah. There's something big happening this week.
Dude, look at the mirror, 1311. Trip update.
Same one?
Now, trip and update are all capitalized.
See? You're learning, Grasshopper.
1131. 1131. We had 1231. Or now it's 10, 13, or 1301.
Yeah.
And that is mobile Twitter, connect, no coincidences. And this is, folks, when you see this, do you understand? U.S. Embassy in Jordan, when they Mike Pompeo went to Jordan, it's him walking down the stairs. Guys, do you see what we're landing on when we're doing this stuff? And is there any question that what's going on here? That they're communicating on a very, very high level. How do we go, Todd, from a mirror which says trip update, okay, on May 8th, 2018, okay, but the mirror of Dan Scavino's tweet yesterday not only takes us here, but with the other time stamp, it takes us here to trip update May 4th, 2018. This was May 8th, 2018. 4 days apart. And then May 4th. Trip update. Now both are capitalized. Very interesting. Very interesting.
That's why you can't forget the mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah, well done, man. That's amazing.
Well, and the other thing I noticed that 1, 2, 3, 1 equals 7. That's significant. Plus 1, 2, 3, 1 is
wow.
That's a significant number by itself.
So, by the way, which one's significant? I'm sorry.
1, 2, 3, 1 is, I've seen that as being a significant number
being as it does add up to 7, and I've seen it like the way it's played out. It's like that's one of those perfect numbers again. It's almost like 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Right. So I went here. I went to the timestamp on the on the 1311 because it was 9:49, right?
There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Mirrored number.
Yep, going to 9:49, and what comes up? Q team trust session still or nah? Why is Fox saying McCabe will skate? What were you just saying about the testimony this past week?
Yep.
Andrew McCabe. Trust the plan. Full control. Full control, folks. Are you seeing what's going on here? Full control. Do you think they're out of control? No. Do you think Trump's going to be the president? Yes. Full control. What more do you need to see to know this? Trust the plan. Why is Fox saying McCabe will skate? Do you understand now that Fox has controlled opposition? Okay. If I had a dime, folks, for every time somebody has said, based on my opinion on Facebook or Twitter, you got to stop watching Fox News. And I'm like, I don't watch Fox News, dude. That's your weak left talking point. Whenever somebody tries to bring reason to the situation, and you're going to blame it on Fox News, as if that's my go-to, when I haven't watched Fox News in over a decade. One of the things that happens when you awaken is you understand that you're not going to jump back into the trust of another Machiavellian. You're not going to do the same stupid shit you've been doing all along. That is the definition of insanity. To do the exact same thing that you've always done and expect a different outcome. The sooner we as humans understand that basic concept, the sooner we can change our lives for the better, we can help each other's lives for the better, and we can change our planet for the better.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I think I figured out something else.
Awesome. What?
Okay, so we went to the 1, 2, 3, 1 based off of the timestamp of the pinned tweet.
Right.
Now, I thought that the timestamp on that that post of 1, 2, 3, 1,
yeah,
the last 4 digits were 1043, which if you add that up, that equals 17. So I figured that was very significant. So I went to 17 post 1043.
All right. So, folks, I'm going to take you back to where we started, which was the timestamp on East Coast of Dan Scavino's awesome video showing our black brothers and sisters truly speaking from their heart and from their soul and from their mind, not controlled any longer, but awake to what's really happening, awake to the corruption. Dan Scavino's amazing tweet that was a few minutes long was done at 12:31 Eastern Standard Time yesterday evening, which would have been early this morning, 12:31 a.m. April 21st, 2018 is where that timestamp takes us. The timestamp on that is 3:10:43. Because Todd feels this is significant, we are now going to a timestamp of 10:43, and we're going to put that up in the search bar, and we're going to go to 10:43. Christian Ring. Pics will surface of Hussein holding AK-47 in tribal attire. One of many. Net shutdown. I think that might be significant, Todd.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
beautiful, man. Wow.
That's big. And since that added to 17.
Yeah, so 1043 adds to 17. Yes.
Yeah, I looked at the timestamp on the 1231, and the front 4 digits add up to 17 also. 3104 310 4 17.
Wow. Hold on. 3. So you did the first digits of what?
The first 4 digits of the timestamp on 1231.
All right. So the first 4 digits, 3, 10, 4. Yeah.
So that equals 17.
Beautiful. So let's go to 3104. Do you guys see what we're talking about there? You go to 3, it's 31043. 1043 adds up to 17. 3, 10, and 4 adds up to 17. So we're doing the 4 numbers. 3, 10, 4. 10, 4, good buddy. And we go to March 17th, 2019. Twitter, real Donald Trump status goes to his tweet of March 17th, 2019. Again, 17, Todd.
Yep.
Wow. To the people that got you there, keep fighting for Tucker and fight hard for Judge Jeanine. Your competitors are jealous. They all want what you've got. Number 1, don't hand it to them on a silver platter. They can't beat you. You, holy shit. You can only beat yourselves. Oh my God. What has Tucker done? This is done March 17th. 17. Okay? What has Tucker done? Fox News, folks, on the week of the election, after the election day, the figures for Fox News was they plummeted 50% viewership. How many of you know, how many people you know that actually awakened because Fox was full of shit during the election coverage? And how many people will never watch Fox again because of what they did on the election coverage? Okay?
And this was March 17th, 2019.
Yeah. And by the way, Tamrock says Trump tonight tweeted a Tucker clip.
Yep. Confirmation.
Confirmation, folks. That's confirmation. Holy cow.
So now we got to mirror those, Dave.
Yeah, of course we do. Holy cow, dude. That was awesome. That was amazing.
So 4013 should be one.
All right, so now we got to mirror. These are so significant, guys. We're not going to go anywhere right now. We're not going to, we're going to dig deeper. So let's go to 4013, which is the mirror. Okay. Look how this got us here so far. April 30th, 2020, 4013. A tweet from Nancy Pelosi. I applaud the courage of Dr. Christine Blasey Ford to come forward to share her story as we continue to learn more about these allegations against Judge Kavanaugh. We must ensure that Dr. Ford's rights to justice and privacy are respected. Postpone the vote. In other words, postpone the vote for Kavanaugh. But if you reread it with the accuser of Joe Biden for similar allegations, but much more credible, knew her story, knew where it was, when it was, how it happened, unlike Christine Blasey Ford. You insert Tara Reid's name in there and Joe Biden and and Reid's rights to justice and privacy. Choose someone else.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Maybe that's an angle they could hit old JoJo with. Tara hasn't quit talking and stopped her story.
Mm-hmm.
That could rear its ugly head again.
Well, the other thing that's going to rear its ugly head is Kavanaugh.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
And paybacks are a bitch. Especially, and so is Nancy.
There's a lot of paybacks.
Oh. Used as a political tool to attack the other side, weaponized. Where are the pink hats? When you are awake, you are able to see clearly. Kavanaugh, I think Clarence Thomas is doing Georgia. Where is the redistricting circuit?
Okay. Thomas has Georgia. Alito has Pennsylvania. Alito's already pissed off because Pennsylvania didn't follow his directions anyway.
That's right.
Amy Coney Barrett has Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And Kavanaugh has Michigan.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's significant. That's amazing.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Well done, man. What's the mirror? So we got the mirror.
We have one more mirror, and that is 3401.
Is that right?
Yep.
401 10
3401.
3401. Let me take you with me here, folks. There we go. Oh, I almost hit stop streaming on my stream. Can you imagine? I accidentally stopped streaming right before we hit the Moab. Because this is the mirror. What's this? The mirror 4. Which one was this?
Wow.
Oh shit. All right, here you can't be reading ahead. 3401, July 9th, 2019.
We were just talking about this.
Get out of here. Oh my God. Welcome to Epstein Island. Ask yourself, is this normal? What does a temple... Dude. Hey, Eric, if you're still listening, I don't think you are because I think you might be in bed, but when you watch this tomorrow, dude, will you take this timestamp? I mean, the whole show is brilliant, but would you take this timestamp, please, and this journey that we're going down with Todd, try to edit him out, make it look like I did the whole thing.
The normal thing, Eric.
Exactly. Yeah, look at the tunnel entrance down there.
Wow.
Look at this, and that's under the temple. Wow, dude, we were just talking about this. This is just... And Lynn Wood talked about the pedophilia. I mean, this. You can't make this up, guys. I mean, you
No,
can't.
this is
Look at this.
Just do this yourself, guys. It's not hard, really.
Yeah.
Just take the timestamps and turn them into to the drops. And I mean, and then mirror them and just do your thing with them. And oh my God.
Look at this, man. This is just creepy, dude. Who puts a damn building like that with owls on the thing with the dome overlooking the ocean? You've got to be kidding me, man. You don't do shit like that. That's just, I'm sorry, but you're a bunch of creepazoids, man. I know people are blowing up my messenger right now. I haven't even had a chance to look at it because we're cooking with fire, people here. This is, I mean, welcome
Awesome.
to Epstein Island. Ask yourself, seriously. 17 is begging you to ask yourself about these things, about what's going on. Is this normal? What does a temple typically symbolize? We were just there.
Yep.
What does an owl symbolize? Dark religion? Yes, we've talked about it. It's a symbol of Moloch, the god of sacrifice, of the satanic Illuminati. Tunnels underneath? Yeah, we just saw one. We know about the tunnels. We know how that island you just saw has an underground submarine port. Submarine port. How many channels captured on RC's pic? Rooms indicate size. Hallways shown. Classified 1 to 99. Symbolism will be their downfall. These people are evil. These are the underground chambers. These are the underground chambers underneath this island. Look at these people sitting uncomfortably, looking. Let me see if I can.
Yep.
Look at them all grouped together. What are they doing? What are they eating? What are they drinking? What are these children? Are they adults? What is going on here? Now, if this was like, if this was the sky cam at the Sheraton, folks, no big deal, okay? But what's going on here? What's going on beneath the ground in this temple? Folks, there's an evil here that we can't even imagine. I'm sorry. Jesus, I didn't have this up. I'm sorry, folks. My apologies. But did you get the PayPal information there? Okay, all right.
Yeah, please donate to the show.
Yeah. Hey, if you donate, I'll show you the picture. I'll show you what we're looking at if you donate.
Judy Clark Willingham. Can we see two?
Judy, you asked for too much. Come on. You asked for too much. What do you think this is? Just pretend it's a radio show, people. Just pretend it's radio.
We can't see.
You guys are going to kill me. All
That's
right.
awesome.
Yeah.
Better you than me.
Yeah, and by the way, listen to how I'm enticing them, right? Like, look at this. Whoa, my God, what is this? Are those people? Are they children? What? And they're like, damn it, show us. Oh my God. Oh, guys, if it wasn't for my ineptness, we would have far fewer laughs.
Channel 11, everybody's been speculating that that's Pelosi, but you can't confirm.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird, like, I don't think her chest is that big, quite frankly. Maybe, I don't know, but here's the thing: we're gonna have factual evidence enough. We don't really need to speculate that kind of stuff. But this is Ray Chandler, so the RC that that 17 is talking about, okay, is Rachel Handler, Rachel Chandler, but Ray Child Handler is the way that really reads. And she posted this, okay? Serene as one, what does that say? Serene as one moonlit snow? Serene as one moonlit one. Jojo, a lot of bedrooms. Sliver, Earthball, this is sick. Everyman Gear, yeah, what is this? Screenshot for sure. Everyman Gear, holy shit, I see this post earlier along with Murphball and boom, it's on Q's post. This is some weird shit. We can hear you breathing, Rach. Boom, boom. She is the gatekeeper. How do you launder the money you receive to set up private pedophile operations without exchanging any actual goods? Think consulting. Wow. There's something going on here in the lower right-hand corner, which is...
Yeah, it looks like people in weird positions.
Yep. Looks like a woman on her knees and a man sitting. This is... Yeah. I don't know what's going on here, but... Yeah. It's just... you know, Pelosi does have kind of this weird figure and weird walk. I could totally see that being her.
Yeah.
I mean,
like
I could see why people, how her knees, you know,
her
function.
knees are like bent forward to, she's like that. That's her, like, her stance.
I can totally see why people are, you know, saying that. That's her. And what is this? Let's pull this up a little bit more. Since I kept this away from you folks, we're gonna stick on it a little bit. It doesn't look like they're wearing clothes here, folks. Okay, that looks like a crack. This, I don't see any pants here. Okay, this isn't like this is a, this is a real like picture. These two are doing something here, and it looks like something's there. I don't know what. But what are they doing? What is the sacrifice? Is that a head right there? Is this a body that they're doing something to? There's definitely photo enhancement software that could do much, much better than what we're seeing here. But what in the hell is going on here? Yeah. What's going on here? So this is what led us to why did we go to Epstein's Island? Oh, that was from the Delta from today that I went down, right? Was that right?
What that led us here?
Yeah, well, that led us here the first time. That led us to Epstein and Necker Island the first time.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about the islands and how they had temples, and then you said Richard Branson had an island with a temple also.
Yeah, but it was, I can't remember what it was. We can't see. Okay.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. Thank you for your patience, guys, because I know you didn't worry for a second that I wasn't gonna get there with you. Yeah, maybe they're eating. The world needs to see this. Mark, they will. The world will see this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I tell you, it's... Christy, we're going to go to Lynn's video here. Yes, I agree. Let's go to Lynn Wood's Twitter. That was unbelievable, folks. We're going to have to... I'm going to see if Eric can put that together in a quick quick blurb, and just boom, boom. Awesome, Todd. Lynn Wood.
Yeah, sometimes it pays to go down those tweet timestamps, huh?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
I mean,
I
they
think
see how
so.
he confirms, how they confirm if you're in the right area.
Yeah.
You know, they tell you, okay, you're in the right area. Keep going, keep digging.
So first, let me start with Major Patriot. I've met with Sidney Powell, and I've seen the evidence with respect to the Dominion machines and the software they used and how they ran it through Barcelona in Spain, which I told you a while ago, where they manipulated the votes. They've done this in prior elections. This time they got caught. And Lynn Wood, where is Lynn Wood? And he's talking about the, I guarantee you the real vote was an overwhelming landslide for Donald Trump. The servers that were seized in Frankfurt a few days ago from a company called Skytel, those servers show the real vote. Trump won this election with 410 electoral votes. Yeah, this is awesome. All right, let me get to... okay, is this the Linwood video here? And I'm sure, Christy, I'm sure you dropped that to me in Messenger, but my Messenger, let me see, just make sure. Yeah, my Messenger's jacked. I don't know what the heck's going on. It might be because, I don't know. All right, let me see if I can see what you guys are doing here. But I'm sure that this is it. So let's just go there. And this is Lynn Wood. President Trump won over 400 electoral votes. But here's the thing. I'm going to show you this, but I'm going to play it. Hold on, Todd. I'll be back with you in a minute because I got to play this through the Twitterverse. No, actually, I don't need to do that. I can leave you on. But hold on one sec. Because the sound, folks, I want to make sure I get you the right sound. Man. Okay, so I'll go to Matt Couch and play this. Why is this? Come on now. Come on, Matt. Where did you go? Where's the video? This was 4:29 p.m. an hour ago. Oh, he's got a lot going on here. That's why. So, come on now. Here it is. Nope. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Come on now. All right. If I go to Messenger on my phone, bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Here, well, we did the Linwood audio, but I'm guessing this looks like it's video. Who sent me the Linwood, guys? Would you mind sending it to me in Messenger if you've sent it to me already? Why is this happening? Yeah, Carolyn, we covered the Tucker Carlson was on the ping pong last Friday or Thursday. Was on the Comet ping pong list. And he's also come on. This is maddening. Who sent me Linwood's video, please? Just send it back to me, please. Let's see. This is fun, isn't it? Watching me stumble through this crap. Let me see if this will work. Let me just play this and see if it'll work. It might have a audio issue, but let's try it. Hold on. It's not a video, is it? Or is it? Here it is. Okay. From the DC Patriot. Oh, boy. I don't think they want us to play this video, folks. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. Look at what my computer is doing right now. Gotta close ads. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want. Investing outlook. You gotta be kidding me. Now I gotta go back to this. All right, DC Patriot. President Trump won over 400 electoral votes. We've talked about that before, but let's hear Lynn Wood say it. And okay. We've played that one. Birdie, I appreciate that. We've already played that audio. We've played that audio, Kathy. This is it right here. Arlene, thank you. And I might be able to, but that's not even coming up. You've got to be kidding me. All right, here we go. Let's try this. The ads, this crap. Well, I wonder, is it the same audio, guys? Are you telling me to pull up this thing that we've already covered tonight? Why isn't this playing? Hold on. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Ballot procedure.
There we go.
And it was government, but first we got to have a special session of the Georgia legislature called so that they can elect the electors to vote for Donald Trump, who, by the way, won a landslide victory in Georgia, as he did across the nation. Then they're going to have a new election on all the down ballots in January, because the whole process was infected by the illegal absentee ballot procedure, and it was also infected with I'll call it a computer virus. The computer voting system in Georgia, Dominion, contains software that was manipulated, where they control the voting, which in a network of corporations around the globe. This election was a fraud. Donald Trump won, I believe, clearly a 70% plus landslide election in the nation. He probably won over 400 electoral votes. So we're uncovering step by step the layers on the onion, and we're going to get to the truth. And the truth is Donald Trump has been reelected by this country to serve as president for 4 months.
There you have it. Also, thanks for the patience on that, guys. My apologies. Also, just to be clear, Joe Biden is the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. Is he really the Democrat that Georgia's going to pick, you think? Huh? Yeah, no, it's not the... thank you guys for dropping that to me. And so let's see. So let's see his tweet, which I had pulled up. I think I had that just a minute ago. Maybe on my other device. But let's see his tweet. Now, did I follow? Have I followed him? Todd, are you back with me, brother?
Hello, hello.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Where are you? Hold on a second. What's going on here? Hold on. Todd? Todd, hold on.
Hello, hello.
Todd. All right. I got you, brother. Sorry about that. Have you been talking much?
No, not at all. I've just been trying to catch up with some of the snedheads.
Good. Holy cow. Linwood has 2,000 tweets in the last hour in terms of people retweeting Linwood. But where is Linwood tweeting?
See, I think they wanted you to go to like Linwood's latest tweets.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, there were a bunch. You're not seeing them?
No, I'm trying to get. I'm seeing other people's retweets of him. Matt Couch keeps bringing me to Matt Couch.
Just go to Linwood.
Let me see if it's.
It's at L.
I got
Linwood.
it. Okay, finally.
Yeah.
Problem is my computer is moving like a snail.
573,000 followers.
Holy cow! How recent is that? By the way, do we know?
46 minutes ago. 50.
Yeah. Linwood.
9 minutes ago. So within the last hour.
What do you mean within the last hour? How many?
What's that?
I was asking about how many followers, how long, that must have happened recently, I'm guessing. Joined September 2010.
I mean, he's always had a lot.
With Sandman and all that would have happened.
Right.
46 minutes ago. Yes, we do. We fight for our kids. President-elect Stephen Shippey. Yes, we do. For our kids and our grandkids so that they can breathe the fresh air of freedom. We fight for light, truth, and humanity. We will never give up. Fight back. Light, truth. Light always overcomes darkness. Truth always overcomes lies. But he that doth truth cometh to the light but he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that they are wrought in God. John 3:21. We fight for our kids. Here's a little joy from my neck of the woods.
Hey, there's a little mirror image to that 1, 2, 3.
The mirror.
You catching that 3, 2, 1, and that was drop 1, 2, 3, 1.
Yeah.
That we just looked at.
I'm not seeing the time until that's 10:28.
Yeah, but just the John 3, 2, 1.
Oh, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. That's right.
Yep, that's significant.
Nice catch.
Nothing's an accident.
Nice catch.
I'm gonna check out. Yeah, I'm gonna check this out because it's a pinned tweet. 10:28.
Which one's pinned?
The 10:28.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be the drop.
Okay. So let me go to 10:20. 10:28. 1028. 5-5 Q plus. Loud and clear. Wow. Wow. Communicating, Lynn Wood communicating to President Trump. 5-5. Loud and clear. President Trump. And the John 3:21, the 123. Wow. Holy cow. That's awesome. That's awesome sauce, man. Holy cow. Wow. All right. Unbelievable. What do you think?
Did you check out 321 just for shits and giggles?
321. For shits and giggles. Well, we should, 321. Did we do 123? Post 134 U.S. military. POTUS 137 U.S. military. Post 134 U.S. military. POTUS 137. What do you think? Those drops?
Well, yeah, I was thinking, that we got to do that, but that post 134 is 17. 1 and 7.
Yeah.
And then the next one would be 11. Yeah, we got to check out 134, 137.
134 is why were the events in Saudi Arabia extraordinary? This is November 11th, 2017. Who was arrested? What will bank records provide? List names, family history, investment, ownership stakes, and point-to-point contacts. Alaweed, Umma, BO, Citigroup, U.S. control. Why is this relevant? House of Saud, U.S. control, follow the money. What power shift recently occurred? Was a new king appointed? Coincidence? Dark to light. Why is this relevant? One side of the triangle removed. First time in history. Other sides falling. Plus, 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 Q.
Yeah, we've been led there before.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of connection to Saudi Arabia, Huma. You know, we've been asked Huma a lot. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Shoot. Hold on. I'm going to go here. Okay. So now I believe, that this is a blue check. This is Huma Abedin's Twitter account. Okay. Lucky mom, proud, Hillary for America, Dem, lover of fiction with no time to read it, and of shows I can't get enough of, Veep, devourer of French fries and ice cream. From New York, New York, 64,000 followers. She tweeted November 21st, I'm a Biden fan, but the first time Trump ditched his press pool, I got a breaking news alert, and CNN then spent a half hour on air talking about how this can't happen, how times have changed. And if you look, that was November 21st. Her last tweet was September 2nd. Senator McCain once said, our reputations, our character are the only things we leave behind when we depart this earth. Being in the cathedral, celebrating him, showed that words can only strive to capture the greatness of his character. What a legacy to leave on this earth. This was September 2nd, 2018. over 2 years ago at John McCain's funeral. Okay? Lindsey Graham, right next to Huma Abedin. And he looks like, is he handing her something? This is Henry Kissinger. Okay? This is General Kelly. Okay? And is that Kelly? And then Kelly Ayotte looks down at the transfer. So she looks like something's going on between Lindsey and Huma, possibly. Also, that's when George was, handing Big Mike something. And she's checking it out, his wife. That was the last time she tweeted, 2018. And she just tweeted Saturday. Okay.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And how many times has 17 said, "Where's Huma? What's up?"
Yeah, that 321 that we were led to where it said post 134 U.S. military.
Yeah.
And POTUS 137 U.S. military.
Yeah.
Well, instead of just doing the 134, I turned that into military time.
Yeah.
So instead of being post 134, it was 1334.
Okay.
And POTUS was 1337.
Yeah.
So you go.
Let me go to both.
Yeah.
1337.
1337 is a monster.
Okay, so here we go. 1334, 1337. We're going to have both up on the screen. 1334, May 10th, 2018. Rank and file, DOJ, FBI, CIA, State, G2, collect, SIS, good, not forgotten, overcome. 1337, May 11th, 2018. Facebook is listening to you 24/7, 365, literally. F9 algorithm. Are they recording safe housing? Metadata collection, building 8. DARPA. China, China, China.
Wow.
China, Facebook, they're tracking us.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, we were just talking about Zuckerberg.
Connection.
We were just talking about his wife. You said you think she's a Chinese asset, Chinese Communist Party asset. She's Chinese. Chan is her name. I can't remember her first name now. We just searched her. We just looked her up.
Oh, Dave, you're going to like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so off of that timestamp, because I know that was a hit about DARPA and the algorithm.
Yeah.
Go to 111.
111 right here is a timestamp. Wow. 111, here we go. Transition over 111, November 5th, 2017. Important context. What have you learned about Huma? What organization is Huma? Which U.S. president is affiliated with Huma? Why is this relevant? What years did this occur? Who funded on behalf this president? Why is this relevant? What years did this occur? What just happened in Saudi Arabia? Who was arrested? Funds frozen. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? This was Barack Obama. Repeat, important. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Barack Obama, because he was a Manchurian candidate. He was sent into the office of the president. Why is the relevance? Why is the relevance? Why was the MB affiliated to any of these organizations' people. That is Huma Abedin. She's Muslim Brotherhood. Fast forward, why are the events in Saudi Arabia so important? Why was JK in Saudi Arabia recently? That's John Kerry. Why was POTUS's last tweet regarding Saudi Arabia prior to the happening? Why was POTUS's Twitter taken down days before undercover of a rogue employee? Refocus again. Who was arrested in Saudi Arabia? Any ownership stakes in U.S. companies? Alaweed owned Twitter. Why is this relevant? Twitter, Las Vegas. He owned the floors at the was it the Wynn or the Mandalay Bay? I forget where
Mandalay, wasn't it?
Mandalay was that he owned. Alaweed owned the floors.
Like the top floor.
Yeah,
top four floors.
Top 4 floors of the Mandalay Bay, where he had access to the room where the shooting took place. Why would investment be made in a former president pre-political days? He's now asked that. Q has asked that 3 times in one post. What years did this occur? What faith does Huma represent? What faith does the Muslim Brotherhood represent? Obviously Islam. What faith does Huma represent? So there's 2 Humas. We've clarified this before. One lowercase, one uppercase. The uppercase, I'll take you there again. Who are the bad actors? Who funds majority of U.S. senior politicians? Fantasyland. Was the former president of the United States groomed to be commander-in-chief? Is this possible? Is the U.S. political election system corrupt? They've been controlling this election system longer than we think. This isn't the first barbecue for these people. Who owns poll machines? Soros. Look who else is tied in with Soros. Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland. So they're taking us to possibly the strip joints of the that were laundering money for the election fraud. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. I'm going to read that one again because we've been brought back to this many times.
Yep.
Okay. This is 111. We've been brought here many times. The complete picture, meaning everything that's going on in the world, really going on in the world, not that everything that they're hiding from us. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama. Snow White. Godfather 3. Q. Wow. Son of a...
Yep.
Wow. That's a great dig, brother. Snow White.
Yep.
What do we know about Snow White?
Well, see, there's so many meanings for Snow White. There's the computer.
Yeah.
We thought at one time that it was Hillary Clinton.
Yep. And we know that the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs are the supercomputers.
Right. So Snow White would actually be the agency that runs,
Yeah.
in charge of the Seven Dwarfs.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta stretch my legs. Oh man. Wow. Hey folks, where else you gonna get that? Huh? What do you say we drop Todd a few $100 tonight? Huh? for this dig. Crying out loud, man. No, you ain't getting this anywhere.
No, this is good. This is really good
Todd,
stuff.
I've been doing this stuff a long time, brother. This kind of research, and you know, you're nailing it. You're nailing it, brother. Great job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm getting better at it. Like,
yeah,
I'm starting to see, like, before. See, I never looked at what the numbers added up to. You know, like I caught the pattern where they were adding up to 17 forwards and backwards.
Yeah.
You know, like the 4, 0, 1, 3. You know, those the way, you know, when you mirror them and all that stuff. That you really miss a lot if you don't do that stuff. You know, you could miss a lot.
Okay, Christy, I'll check that out. So somebody, Lori says that Kim Clement said they will attempt to put a witch in the White House.
The what?
That they will attempt to put a witch in the White House. Kim Clement had said that. Lori shared that, and Judy, what would be so bad it would put 99% of Americans in the hospital? What they've been doing to children.
Yeah. I don't doubt that at all, Dave, because, I mean, if you actually knew, because I've peeked at it, and you don't want to go there.
No. It's, you can't even imagine. You can, but
nope.
You don't
Don't even want to talk about it. Don't want to describe it to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
exactly.
the sickest people, the sickest things you can think of. Just think of the sickest things you could think of, and then multiply it times 20.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about where you're at.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you guys are dropping me some great stuff, and it's just like it's so much. Like we got so much that we got to get to. I mean, for crying out loud, what time is it? It's 11:35. We've been going for 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. I took one piss break while you guys listened to Linwood. All right.
Yeah, it's 1:35 here in the morning.
Yeah, dude. That's yeah, it's a little later there. Your time stamp is a little later than mine.
Yeah, my timestamp's telling me I gotta get to bed here soon.
Yeah, let me pull up this. Let me pull up this from Christy, and then we'll call it. Yeah, good stuff, guys. Holy cow! All right.
I like to take people on these trips with me because I didn't do all of the mirroring and all of that stuff. I didn't do like a lot of that stuff I did on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys can see it. And it's weird because it's weird because it just you kind of just it clicks for you once you get it. It's not really that hard. Just really concentrate on the time.
Whoa. Litecoin bull, the news before the news. Breaking alert. Trump uses JFK National Security Memo 57, removing power from the CIA. This is true and historic. I watched it happen in the Dark Journalist channel. Here's a recording.
Yep, I saw that. That was good.
Dude, that's huge. You holding out on me.
Oh, I thought that you already saw that.
Oh man, I've been a busy boy. Oh my God.
Yeah, Dark Journalist. That's a good show.
Yeah, he's awesome. I've been watching him for a long time. So I'll retweet this, guys. Follow me at Dave Snedeker. And you'll see it tweeted there, and then I'll see if I can post it. But that's a Hold on. Let's see. It's a 3-hour and 18-minute show. What's wrong with that guy? Can't he do a shorter show?
Yeah, what a long-winded guy.
Yeah, holy cow, man.
I watched about an hour of it.
And tell me what you got out of the whole thing.
Oh, they did a good job of explaining Article 51 or 57. I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
and how it related to JFK. It was what JFK was going to do.
And when did he do it?
Well, I think he did it. The article, from what I can recall, was written the year before Kennedy was shot, but I don't think he ever got a chance to enact it because that's what would have destroyed the CIA. Scattered it into 1,000 pieces.
Yeah.
So it's basically defunding it and abolishing it and replacing it. And the replacement, I believe, per General Flynn per Flynn and Ezra Cohen,
mm-hmm.
was to use citizens, trusted citizen, patriot citizens like us.
Right. Yeah.
And so, we could defend our own country using people like us instead of having these massive dark armies of, evil, basically.
Well, I'm not seeing anything other than Dark Journalist.
Yeah, I didn't see anything official.
Yeah. I mean, they could be burying it, but because the CIA controls media, CIA controls Google, and I'm on DuckDuckGo, but they're able to do quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think that would be something that would be put out there for everyone to.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got his information.
Yeah. Thank you, Christy, for that.
I think that's why I didn't declare it, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, Christy, have you dug any deeper on that? That's huge. All right, please support us, guys. Let's toss Todd some awesomeness for bringing it tonight, man. That was amazing. That was huge.
That was a good night.
Yeah, great night, man. What a Monday. Especially, a lot of people. We're still at what are we? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're like 1,300 beautiful humans still, and that's amazing.
So multiply that by 70, and that'll probably be about right.
Exactly, because we've seen our numbers completely ridiculously.
We had one person in Facebook and about 70.
Yeah.
I said, hey, would the one person in Facebook message me?
Yeah.
And 70 people literally said, I'm in Facebook. Facebook.
And then I said, if you're in Facebook, David Snedeker, I think you did the IndoctriNATION.
Yep.
I said Facebook, the other David Snedeker, and I got 30 or 40, and it said, I think 7 or something. It was something ridiculous.
Right, some crazy.
Can't remember. Wow. Folks, I think you should share this out. I'll also try to get you a shorter version. I mean, Kellyanne that rocked, but this whole thread thing to really kind of bring it home and show you how the Q team is really narrowing this down, and also look at where we were yesterday and where that took us. Todd, I think the Epstein thing, I have to go back. I'm going to go back and watch the beginning of this, but the Epstein thing is really, I got there, I think, through a timestamp from yesterday. And so here, this timestamp and the Delta and all that is taking us there again today. Going into the future 3-year deltas for tomorrow. So pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Well, that
stuff,
could be
man.
one way it plays out too, Dave. Is Epstein goes, Epstein information comes out and connects it to Biden, and everybody goes, and then everybody always thought it was going to come back to Epstein.
Yeah.
Even Vincent Kennedy on, when he put all of his information out, and think about Ezra Cohen Watnick talking about how important Ghislaine Maxwell was.
Yeah.
Now we know who he is.
Yeah.
We got to think back at what he said was important.
You're right.
Ghislaine Maxwell, and also, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange. He was a huge Julian Assange.
Yeah. Because he followed the whole trial.
Right.
And what I've said all along is that Trump's going to take care of Assange. Right. I mean, you've heard me say that a million times, and it's like what about what do you think about WikiLeaks? Oh, I don't really know him.
Right. Yeah. Just like you didn't know about 17.
Exactly. I don't know. Yes, you do know. No, I don't. I just told you. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that just because you told me something doesn't make it true. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know they're against human trafficking, and I stand with them on that.
Yeah, they're against pedophilia, and I think I stand with them on that. Yeah, dude. And meanwhile, it's pedophilia, but it's not some satanic cabal, as she sits on the edge of the pentagram with masked people all around them, 6 feet apart, front, back, and left and right, and with a peacock in the center of the pentagram telling him that, it's not some satanic. So don't touch on the pedophilia at all. Just that it's some satanic cabal, satanic cult, because that makes it more unbelievable.
Yep.
And it's literally smack dab in her face. Literally. It's unbelievable.
He looks like a demon and is just seat.
Yeah, man. Are you kidding me? Wow. Love you, people. Love you, Todd. Love you, Cindy.
Yep, love you, brother. Good night, Schnetheads.
And great work tonight, guys. See you tomorrow at 6:15. Might be a little late because I'm trying to get the sound dialed in. So be on the lookout. Please go to the Dave Sned YouTube page and subscribe and hit the bell notification so that we can kick YouTube back right in the belly and say, no, you're not going to censor us and win. We're going to just go around you. All right. Good night, everybody. Peace, love, and